Hello everybody. Happy Thursday. Um our our NSFW fun got funded last night. Or this morning. It was 5 hours ago, so like 10 this morning. Um so I'm looking at some artists. I don't know. It says anonymous. It literally says anonymous. So I am looking at artists because I have some options. I was thinking about asking Tell, who is one of my favorite artists. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. But I don't know what their cue's like. My crippling art addiction items on throne. Yeah, I know at this point. I'm down for it. But there's one other artist that I want to see if I can find because they did a really cute. Is it this one? No. I'm trying to find a person and I can't find them because I've asked too many people about commissions on my thing. It's been fun. I'm trying to think what we talked about. Oh my god. I've been imagining. Like, I have the art piece, but like I don't know because I think they changed their username. I seem to be struck. Are fluffy maybe? Hold on. I guess I should probably switch scenes. Hello. Oh, I forgot to connect my face tracking. There we go. All right, hold on. I gotta look up stuff. So far has not been fun. Not this person. Believe post in 3 weeks. It's not this person. The place, oh, your place, or my place. Well, I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. I want. I don't know. Maybe the background. Maybe the word background. Oh my god, I cannot find this person. Nah. It's making me upset. Oh my god. I wanna make you move. Standing still if your body matches what your eyes can do. Way to you. And to be struck by you, I wanna make you move. Frick. Maybe I can look it up on Google. Maybe I can look my commission up on Google. I found it, Pog. To you. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. Oh, these ones don't have slots. Okay. I don't ask Tell. I kind of want to ask Tell chat. Bookmark this to choose another folder. Shotgun. Okie dokie. I don't ask Tell. I don't know. Help me, I have a 4-liter jug of my favorite wine at work, but I'm under 21. Oh, they have, not you have. Put it in a water bottle. Smile. There's so many things wrong with that sentence. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. God damn. She shot me. Bang, bang, she shot me. She shot me. She shot me. Bang, bang, she shot me. Budget is, I think, what was our budget? What was our budget? I forgot what our I already forgot what our budget was. What's our budget? Gotta look at our budget, chat. Shotgun. Forgot what it was. Walk away. She shot me. She shot me. Bang, bang. She shot me. All right, I can do math. 5 plus 15 is 40. Okay, we have $40. Ask again. Wow, Elaine encouraging. Shh. Shh. Drink responsibly. Alcohol in Canada. I guess you are pretty close to Canada, huh? Did I say that? Did I say that one? It's 19 Ontario, which is like a 20-minute. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ooh. I just want to check something. Well, when's the last time I commissioned them? It was last year. Cool. But I would have been up here, right? Again. When was that from? Where is it? Oh, we gotta play games today, and I'm already fucking around getting chat. Okay, this one's from just December. December of 2023. 2022. I want to see more. Oh, sun, won't you come wash away the rain? Oh, what day was it? December? Yeah, close stuff. Save open. I need to eat my meds. Oh fuck, okay. And I need to make a go live post. I'm slacking right now. You all just disappear. This one. I don't know how much that is. Won't you come? Okay, cool. Sun, won't you come? And people open multiple times. Okay. wrong thing. Oh, the wrong thing. Boop. Okay. Alrighty, I will look at this a little bit more later off stream. I really like this person's art. Wait, I can show it to you guys. Okay, wait. I was looking at this person's art. Bobby suggested this person. I like their art. It reminds me of like my original model that I had. I like it. I like it. Look, it's gore. Eat gore. I'll think about this more late. Whoop! Think about that more later. I'll think about it more later. Okay. Let's play some games. Keep the doubles. Okay. Library. Okay, we're gonna go in order of what I have. So we're gonna start with Neon Abyss 2. So I made a list. So we're gonna try Neon Abyss 2. Alright. Let's do dusk, and then let's do tail. Okay. I'm just gonna pause the music. I'm just gonna keep. Okay. New game. Let's do normal. Yo, rookie, I'm Icarus, Black Dog, slickest hacker. I never finished the first game of this. Relax, this is our training server. Zero heat. Lost newbies always are. Let's start with the Abyss basics. I already know the basics. I've played this game before. Well, I played the first one. I don't know if maybe the mechanics are any different in this one, but... An egg! I love the egg. Granada. Ooh, they changed how out. They changed how the enemies look in this. A little bit. What the fuck? Why'd that happen? That was interesting. This is a present. What's the present? Was it this thing? Actually, no, I think those are just lights. I think upon use consumes crystals, summons a ladder. And I get crystals? That's crazy. Ooh. 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 Okay, and now you can... I think you could always vaporize weapons, and I thought they went into coins? What the fuck was that? What did that mean? What did that new thing mean? It was like a melee weapon. I don't think I had many melee weapons in the first one. I think there were characters that had melee weapons, but a lot of it was about having guns. Egg. Bad. Ready for the real abyss? Can I keep my babies? I hope I can keep my babies. I have to redo my face really quick. Oh, you know what? Okay, cool. I got to keep my babies! Yippee. I just don't gotta keep my babies. I want to do the fighting room. Oh, they changed how the fighting room looks. I like it. I don't know. Some of these enemies look quite different. No, it's gonna talk right, buddy. Who are these guys? Every night the attack triggers a random power attack restore. I'll try the new one. I'll try the new one. I like trying new ones. Oh, this one's like a gun. Okay. I was not expecting. I should have shot with it. Well, it's better than a melee weapon, I feel. Hi, Rhino! Welcome on in. I got health. Oh, they changed the UI as well in this. So, sorry. Don't die. I won't die. I won't die. I got this. Oh, nah, I just gotta. Ooh. Negative 60 now? Damn. Oh. There you go. Oh, this is, they have a counter now for the shot. They don't have the, it does look like they're having the up close melee attack now. One of my babies hatched. Look at that little guy. He's so cute. I don't know if I like the new UI. I think I kind of liked how the old one was. Like, I do like that there's more stuff and it's more visible. I think I like how the other one. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, well, I just made a ladder for no reason. But I do think I liked the previous. Oh, now I can't get up. Okay. I do like the previous UI a bit more, but I like that this UI is bigger right here. Ooh, money bag. Wait, come back, coin. Oh, some of my eggs things aren't hatching, chat. What item do we get? Opening a wooden chest may drop additional key. Ooh, I like that. Oh, looks like there's a room in the top right that I forgot. I like these new enemies though. I feel like they're more detailed than before. Ow, what the fuck? My heart. What do you mean? Get me into the shop. Oh, there's a new lady! I don't know what I just exchanged. 10 coins? How many coins we got? 87 coins? Let's get a shield. Let's do this. Okay, why not? We have to get like a bingo? We use all my coins. Yay! We did it! What do we get? More coins! Okay. Okie dokie. That's cool. We got Gamba now. I need more heart containers. How do I need more heart containers for that? Oh, are these heart chests? Got some big boy shots. Sunny, the god of blind box. I like it. Like Sunny's Angels. Oh my god, I actually really like that. Oh my god, it's a blind box bear. Oh, she's having a blind box bear. Buggy bit. Buggy bit. Another blind box bear? That's pretty cool. Oh god, what is that? What is that? Dark speaker voice power? What does that do? Oh my god, oh my god. I did it! A cheeky baby! Mandrake. After awakening a hatchmon, all wisp shades may immediately. I like it. I wonder how far this demo will go. It probably goes to this entire map, huh? That's not bad. I don't have a lot of time at this bed. I could have sworn there was a double jump in this game, but it might be. Need more heart. I thought that was a help. That was a key thing. Which I don't have keys, so. Moldy heart, Pog. Now we can go back. We can get our item. Need more heart? What do you mean? I think it's supposed to say I need more keys. Because if I remember in the first game, you needed keys, and I don't have any keys. If we go get a key and find out that's the case, we could report it as a bug, but it might be a known bug, so I bet it is. I bet you it is. There is now. Hi, Chaotic Kitten. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome on in. We're playing demos today. Steam Express. Oh, there's spiders. This game is awful. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Well, that's cool. How's it been so far? Pretty good. This is our first game that we're starting with because I played Neon Abyss 1 and I have that game. I really like that game. So I wanted to see how they would change it in Neon Abyss 2. And so far it's pretty cool. It looks like they changed how some of the monsters work. They obviously have new guns. Some of the rooms they changed up. I'm getting hit like a motherfucker because I suck. I need a better gun. I need a better gun. a better gun. I don't like this gun. I miss my melee. My babies! My babies are dizzy! Oh my god, they made my babies dizzy. Ow, fuck. So this is gonna take my heart. Need more heart containers. Interesting. Take this. That's awesome. Yeah, I like it so far. I think the only thing that I'm like, huh, about this demo so far is I think they messed up the like, it says you need more heart containers, but you need more keys, not heart containers. Ooh. I found this mouse thing very interesting. I think before it was just off of like, you didn't have like a pointer to tell you where you were shooting. It was just kind of like generally you knew. So I find that interesting. I missed a thing. That's okay. I'll go back. I'll go back after. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. There you go. Now I have keys. Gamba? Have you seen anything about the new Grounded game coming out? I'm so excited. I did see that they were having a new Grounded game. I am excited. Connect nearby, have run to test your ooh. I did see that. I am excited because other than like the new spider pets, is there anything else that they're like doing with it? Hearts for money. I don't want to do hearts for money. I will keep my hearts, thank you. I have no more money. Let me use the teleporter. Go back here so I can get the shield from this room. I have 2 keys, so I should also go back to the starting area so I can get the relic item. Limey! Oh, I got a little baby. Did I leave my other weapon? I think I left my other weapon. Oh, wait. Is it... What's the controller? So try to use magic artifact, right click it. Ooh, a diamond. Every time you spend 40 keys, a key will drop. Ooh, that's actually really nice. It's a new map and it's 3 times bigger. That's valid. That's valid. I wish that they had like a no spiders mode that doesn't just make them golf balls. I love the game. Cody, my boyfriend, and I have played it since the first game preview. You could say we are committed to the community at this point. It's in a park this time. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Because I do really like the idea. And I played the first Grounded. I played Grounded. And I did like it a lot. I just, oh, I don't have any more keys. I just hope that this next one will all be like new. The god of training cards. Trading cards? Oh my god, it's real. I got this. Oh my god, I didn't see that there were tiny minions. Oh, it's a dragon! That's a dragon! Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, hold on, I have to focus. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. But yeah, I am very curious to at least like play it and see how it turns out. Devil Eye Void Power. This is very interesting. I think it's very interesting. Oh, that one's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Well, some of them look like Hearthstone cards. I think I dropped my other weapon that I bought. Look at this little like puppy thing. I like that guy. He was very cute. Really hoping I can get a group this time because I played so much Grounded 1, but it was also except for the beta. That's valid. Yeah, I think it is definitely more fun with friends. I did play, when I played the first Grounded, I did play it with friends. That was a Pokemon card. Sometimes smashing arms will drop eggs. Oh, I love that. They know I want the egg ones. Gotta go back though. I gotta go back. I need to get the other weapon I got. I wonder, can you make like online servers for it? I wonder. I don't know if I'll be able to get it, but oh, I recycled it. Wait, I want that key. Give me that key, bitch. Thank you. I'll go back. I'll go open the chest that's right here. So I'm presuming this is what I need. Yeah, it's a key thing. It is a key thing. I knew it. Giants have an idea if you're in the Discord. You guys gotta make us a community one. Guys, would be so cute if you made a community one. I'd kiss you all on the forehead. Consensually, of course. Ooh, Gamba? Let's do a little Gamba. Oh, I did it. First try. Let's go. 10 coins. Alright. Shoot to... turn them the same color. Oh, that was it? Oh. I think you can. I never looked during my last game, but if not, then a set time every week would work, I think. Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be cool. My main concern is I am scared of spiders. I do not really want to play with spiders, to be completely honest. I actually do have a fear of insects, to a degree. So I like, for the most part, it's fine. Just my biggest thing would be the spiders, and I just don't really like that they turned into golf balls in the first one, because like it just took it out of it for me. Like I want to play it. I'm just not really into the whole golf ball spider thing. How spiders are cute. Spiders are not cute to me. I don't like their spindly legs. Their spindly legs freak me out, man. Shop time. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. What is this? Polymorph skull? Use a little sheep. I want this. Attacks unleash the blade, wave and feathers, full flight distance. More eggs increase the feather count. Also, thank you for the check-in Vex. Hi. Also, I wanted to thank you for the gifted subs again. Thank you so much. It's really appreciated. It's keeping me afloat, or helping keeping me afloat at least. So, means a lot. I think Lethal Company had the best arachnophobia mode. Oh yeah, with it just saying like in big letters, just saying spider. Yeah, that was really funny. That made me giggle. I keep it on because like the spider monster in Lethal isn't so bad because it's kind of just weird. It's just a weird creature. It's not really like a spider in my opinion. So like I can get over it. But when it's just a straight up spider, I cry. Gain a protective barrier every new floor. Man, can repeat the same mistake. Occasionally drop an additional bomb. And I can't destroy it. Oh, I can't destroy it. Oh. It's no problem. Thank you. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink some water after I murderize whatever it is I'm supposed to murderize. Oh, it's that little guy. I didn't even notice. Okay, let me drink some water. Alright. Yo, my neck be stiff. What's wrong with it? Boop. Ooh, is that a money barrel? Money barrel, give me money barrel. Give me keys. I always want keys. What is this one? Trading at the smiley kind sometimes restores half a heart. Oh, dad jokes. When a clock is hungry, it goes back for the fucking shit, dude. I can hear the devs just giggling at that dad joke. I feel like you could play the demo over and over again though. I wonder if you can. I wonder if this is like a preset kind of like a I made a ladder. I didn't mean to make a ladder. Yay, I have joined the Discord. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for joining the Discord. Honestly, I need to thank you guys for joining the Discord because like I'm going to be completely... Oh, fuck! I used my one bomb! That was my one bomb! I need to thank you guys for joining the Discord because I don't usually use Discords all that often, actually. I am in, like, 50 fucking Discords, And I really don't use that many. So I really appreciate it when you guys use the Discord and stuff. It means a lot to me. And I like having movie nights with you guys. I think I got everything. Yeah, I got everything. For boss. This is not the boss. This is an extra room. I need more crystals. Fuck! What do you mean I couldn't turn them into I want to turn them into sheep! Please, I want to turn them into sheep. I want to turn them into sheep so bad. Vocal stem, thank you for the vocal stem. I will redeem that for you in 2 seconds. You'll get the 2 for 1. Because you were the first one to redeem it. Oh my god, Mom! My little baby was dizzy. My babies are dizzy. If I go, okay, so if I think if I run into them, it actually helps them. This weapon sucks. It's kind of a thing with this game, I think, where like you should really be getting a new weapon like every level, so it like scales with you, I think. But I didn't get one this level because I thought it would be fine. Okay. Oh! Speak of the devil! Charge to absorb hatch mons, generating tails and enhancing weapon damage. Well, I don't really want to absorb my babies. I would like to keep my babies. Okay, let me redeem that for you. Vocal stem.
21.
21.
I'm the Joker, baby.
I'm the Joker, baby. I didn't know. I forgot I had that one. Oh, nope. Let me teleport. This is the boss room. The room that I cried to next to the thing because I don't have any more bombs. No more bombs. God of Stalks, Rossus. That's interesting. I do quite like the enemy names in this game. Oh my god. And the effects of them, they're very funny to me. Oh my god. I don't know if jumping was a smart move there. My babies, wake up, babies. Oh my god. I might die. Oh, I died. That's really cool though. No, this is great. Yo, nerd, check your DMs at all today. I did see your DM. I will reply. I will get back to you. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. I've been very spacey. When are people doing this? When are you doing this? Oh, the bar looks different. We got a new bar babe. This, they give me Edge Runner vibes. This thing, targets. And then the new bosses. So is Friday gonna last for a month or so? I will do my best. I will do my best. I have some plans for this month. But I will do my best. Because tomorrow and today I am doing, supporting the game dev community and playing a bunch of indie games. I don't think to raise money for the same goal. That's valid. That's valid. It's a really nice cause. Y'all should check out Wrong Type of Hero. If you haven't, they are going to be doing a charity live stream for VTubers against ICE to protect against the people that have been taken by ICE. Because everybody deserves a home. Oh, whoa! They changed that too? Interesting. Spoilers? What do you mean spoilers? Was I not supposed to say that? Isn't it good to create hype around your charity cause? I haven't officially announced it. Oh, but it starts tomorrow. How are you gonna expect people to save up to give you money if they don't know that they need to save up to give you money? Is that Vi? Looks like Vi. This is cool. Shit, that's true. Exactly. This is cool. I want to finish it, but... Oh, shit. We can look at the... Hold on. Oh, there's multiplayer? That's actually really cool. Targets with agents. Oh, okay. Oh my god, Elise. Senior member of the White Tree, a warrior who leads assaults yet tenderly nurtures all life. Cool. What's her gloves? She's got gloves. There's Suwon. Saya. I think Saya was in the first game. And James as well. I don't think Lucia was, though. This art is interesting. Wonder if they were done by different artists. Hold on, I want to check their Steam. I'm a little sussed out, but I want to check first before I say anything. But no, I really like Neon Abyss. Neon Abyss is cool. Okay, they did not. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm fucking... It's just their art looked a little weird, I'm gonna say, because they're all kind of different. But maybe that's just their art style. I think in the first game they were... Well, no, in the first game they were all pixelized. I'm pretty sure they just have more pixels. So, this is cool, though. I like this. This was cool. I'm excited for them to create Neon Abyss 2, because Neon Abyss 1 was really good. So... Not mad about it. Not mad about it. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. I'm sorry. I have to go to the bathroom and then we'll be right back and then we'll play more games. We'll play more games. I should load up the next one so I'm not dilly-dallying, actually. Let's load up the next one. Like it. Alright, the next one will be Starbird's Play. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, my loves. I am back. Alright, let's play Starbirds. Good. Okay, 1 second. I'm just replying to some people. Oh, my phone is buzzing because I need to post on TikTok because I forgot. Ah! Let's do that really quick because I forgot. Nope. Let's do this one first. It should be, yes, it's pleb. Today is pleb. I forgot it. It's fine. Oh my god. I should probably play the music again. VTuber. Twitch. I should have been doing this in the beginning of the stream instead of looking at prawn. That's okay. I don't know if Plib has a TikTok, but I can add them in the comments if they do. Post. I need to commission you someday. I love your art style too much not to, but I got, oh, that means so much. Thank you. But if you are meeting my model style, that is Ozumi Wizard, and definitely check them out. They are amazing. Okay, I gotta post about this because my brain forgot. Cause I forgot. Hold on, I gotta send Pixel something. Antino's art resources. Where are my art brushes? Brushes, chain brushes. Sunblock research page brushes. And then open recent to do. Restars. And then we will get this one. Add. And this. And that. And profile, new post. Boop. 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 Post. It's uploading the video. Upload it! Yep. Want to play Starbird? Accept. Okay, I will wait for that to do its thing in the background. Little birdie dig a hole. Aww. You want the mango. Oh, but he's too short. Oh, why is the biggest one like near the top? Well, I was meeting a 3D mascot comms you have on VJ and also need to figure out who to make a mascot for me. Oh, I would love to. I can make a mascot if you want. Or you can mission Nui Garomi Gore we had yesterday. They make really cute mascots. Barb to space. Starbarbs. Click anywhere to start. Okie dokie. I'm interested that they made a game because this is like a, I believe, a YouTube channel that makes a lot of like philosophical videos. So I like seeing their art style in a game. Egg cracking, egg open. This egg is cracking. Is this us? I think this is us. Oh gosh. We're coming. Do we have one eyeball? No, I guess this is how our field of view is, right? Actually. Why is it so spooky? Why is it so spooky? Are we a monster? Are we a monster? Captain, get out of my chair. Oh, we're captain? Aye, aye, captain. Oh, we're the captain. We're the captain. But we were just born. How could we be the captain if we were just born? Gather around, flock. I have a few words to say. For now begins our great mission. There should be some good squawking. Ahem, today we embark on a journey for the good of all bird kind. In the past, we locked wings and reached for the first mango, but today we reach for the stars. Mangoes do not power starships. We need rare earth fruits, iron, silicon. Fruits that power dreams. That's a mighty fine speech and all, Cat, but what's our actual mission here and now? Right, Ruth. Actually, we need to make a quick stop to fill up on supplies before we can continue. Ahem. At ease, everyone. Let's get to work. Good hustle. We didn't do anything, though. Sabelina, Sector 1 hatched. We're here, flock. These asteroids look promising. Initiate landing. How does this work again? Not the red button? Maybe his cryo egg got cooked on the way out here. I'm fine, Stella. Just walk me through the controls. I'm not familiar with this model. Just pay attention to the instructions, Cap, and you won't put a claw wrong, probably. Listen up, flock. According to my notes, we should start with the exclamation point quest. Accept. Click on an asteroid. And click enter. I like the art style a lot. Zoom in and out with your mouse wheel. Cool. Rotate the asteroid by holding down right mouse button. To land, click on a glowing crater. First, find iron deposit. Then drag the extractor. This one. Click and drag your left mouse button to draw a pipe to the extractor to the launch pad. Pog. Great, now let's get ready to speed things up. Slap down some more extractors and connect them to the launch pad. Pog. I want the diamonds too. Oh. Oh. I don't have enough materials. Sorry. Let's earn these credits. Single launch pad can't keep up with more than 4 extractors. Build a second launch pad for better. I already did that. I didn't connect this guy though. He needs to be connected. How do I connect this guy? How did I connect him? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, I could just connect it wherever. Oh. I built another launch pad though, brother. Okay, fine. Doing great already. Now let's ramp up our production. We need to stockpile more iron and aluminum. For this question, you need to extract aluminum to the space station. Guess what? I already did. Let's get some more extractors. Oh, not that guy. Not these guys. Alright. And so I need. Boop. Boop. And then this one's an aluminum or an iron one, so I'll do that one. I'll do that. Yeah. Accept. We want to make a living quarters. Yeah, we just need a bit more resources. That'll make our station extra cozy. But now let's get back to business. There's still some resources missing from your list. Roll the quest icon for the quested. Let's go back to the map. Discover. Okay, so we get tech points for finishing quests. Enter. Okay. I think it looks like there's like a little water bean right there. credits. That's fine. It's okay. That's no problem. The shiny nuggets are just what we need to make some extra credits. You just need to collect them. Deploy rover. Huh? Aw, Yoke is so cute! Well, this is no simulation, it's Ensign. You must use the utmost caution, am I understood? Yes, sir, Captain, sir. Your spirit, Ensign Yoke. But you don't need to call me sir, just Captain will do you nicely. Drag a path for the rover. Oh, this is so cute. Let's do another one of these guys. Alright, then we can keep dragging the rover around. Okay, we can do another extractor here. That one has 3 now. So we should do another few for these ones. Not that. No, not that. Oop. Oh, well, I guess there's 2 of them now. We need the other. Oop. We need the other materials now. Can I move this one? I don't think I can. Recall. Oh, okay, nice. We can change it. Recall. We need other materials. There you go. Get the little rover and get some more credits. There's more credits over here. Is there any more on this beam? There is more. This is so cute. Almost done. The last thing we need to do is fill up while you're on oxygen tank so we're ready to travel onwards. Okay, it looks... We need a refiner. Click on the building inventory. Yes, so we can research it. We need more. Oh, okay. It's being built. We need more of these, I think. Right? What do we need? More water. Oh, we have 2 on water. There we go. Yippee! We got the refiner. Transforms one resource into another. Drag it from the building inventory onto the asteroid. Place an extractor with a water deposit. Water deposit. I think I did it. Place an extractor on a water and connect it with a refiner. Did I do that right? Oh wait, no, I don't think I did this right. There we go. Now connect the refiner to the launch pad. I did that. Oh well, let's redo it. Okay, there we go. Now we can play with the little rover. Whee. So we can get more credits. Oh, this is so cute. I like this little car. Well done. We've stockpiled now and nothing stands in our way, discovering even more valuable earth fruits. Earth fruits! Excellent work, Flock. With all these materials stocked up and our machines fixed up, it should be a smooth journey to our next destination. I recalibrated our devices and improved the precision of our trajectory calculation by 20%. Okay. Smashed by apart by asteroids. To the stars! Travel to the next sector. Sector 2, a strange discovery. Captain, I'm getting a strange reading from the sector. My sensors have picked up a statistical anomaly, something with extreme mass and density. That sounds just like the kind of resources we're looking for. Where is it? Well, we'll have to get up closer to investigate. But Captain, there's a matter of debris fields. I'd advise we make an approach steadily over the few days, carefully monitoring. What are you squawking about, Captain? This is great. I know what we came out here for. Don't let Stella scare you. I'm not afraid of rocks. Well, you should be afraid of rocks. If we get stranded out here on Earth, we're gonna get fucked up. Let's start here. Enter. Whoa. Let's go find this strange object. This rock has to be a culprit. What is that? Great gizzards! I've never seen something like this before. I'd like to take it to our station for examination, but it seems to have fused with an asteroid. You're borrowing its extrication. I know how to build one. I'm missing the tech points. Except, so we gotta get water. Water. And then we'll connect this one to this one. And I think this is water too. So we'll make one more right here. Connect that to there. And then I'm gonna build a little car. Lego car. Any more money? There it is. This one. Do we want tech points or do we want credits? Let's do credits. And then solar sails and engine room. Well, let's do an engine room. There are loads of quests now. How do I let my frog know which is the most important? The uppermost quest will get resources first. Rearrange quests by dragging and dropping them in the order that you want. Okie dokie. Research this guy. So wait, I want to do that one. Okay, let's find you a little bit more money, pal. And then this one is done. Alright. So we're at 8. And we need this resource, I believe. So I'm going to build another launch pad. And 2 more extractors. And then where's our little robot car? Let's get this one. Excavation hub. We need 250 credits. We need more credits. Let's go credits. More credits. Oh wait, no, we need more science. More science. What is this? Copper? Oh, we haven't discovered copper yet? Science in a second. Perfect. And I'll put on this guy. Come on, Ruth. What's taking so long with the excavation? I want to get that strange object. Hey, this ain't like building a nest. Sticks and feathers ain't gonna cut it for this high-tech work. Accept. Let's get more science. We need more refined materials. Means this water guy. I'm gonna break this guy. We're gonna put him here. This is cute. I like this game. It's cute. Deliver resources requested to Ruth directly. Oh. This pipe.
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
Peanut butter jelly the long way. What's up, Kiwi? How's it going? Okay. It also needs. It needs something else, doesn't it? It needs gold. Needs gold. Let me break this one. My little Land Rover. Hope you're having a good day at work. Poot! Oh shit. Alright, you get the 2-for-1 pootage. You get the 2-for-1 pootage. Where's the poot? I didn't take my meds yet. Two short and sweet ones. I like it. I like it. I like it, Picasso. Alright. Alright. So now this needs to go. How do I deliver? Deliver the resources from Ruth Quest directly to an excavation hub. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I just gotta wait. Just gotta wait for more gold. More gold. Let's get more science. And we're gonna have to make copper. I wanna. Oh, that's like gonna just keep going. Okay. I just need a little bit more. Go on the map real quick. We need copper. I don't have any copper though. Alright. I'm gonna go back to this planet. This one should almost be done. Yeah, it's done now. Hogging. Looking good so far. The next step is to tickle the object with a little radiation. I'm gonna need some uranium. Only problem is they ain't uranium on this rock or any other asteroid. I think I just clicked on the rock with uranium. I did. Here's from an asteroid. You need a landing pad researcher from the inventory. Oh, yes. And then we need an excavator. Boop. And a little Land Rover to get our little extra doodads. Ooh, and another excavator right here. There we go. Now we're researching the launch pad. I think I should connect as many of these as I can to this one, because I feel like we're not going to be coming back to this one a lot. Let's get some more money. We need that uranium. Uranium fever. Are you playing the Cruiser Guest game? Yeah, I am! It's called Space Birds. It's called Space Birds. It's really cute. It has a demo out now for the Steam Next Fest. I don't know if they're gonna keep it released because after the Steam Next Fest, which ends on Monday. But if you want to try it out, you definitely should. Reorganize these. We need more copper. Nice. I just need to make sure you guys. Let's see. Okay, so if we remove this one and then I put this one here. This one's humming. Let's get the pro. Let's get it going. How do I? Okay, so I shouldn't have done it like that. Wait. How do I just take this and I connect it, right? Do I not connect this to here? Okay. So this one's humming with uranium. Let's get our production going. I do it right. Rockets are delivering the uranium to the station. By default, go back to the map and change its destination. Cool. So, click the uranium icon and drag it to the landing pad. Oh. Oh, do I have to put a landing pad here, though? Okay, go back to the map. Take the uranium, connect it to that. Yeah, there we go. I did it! Let's get more money. Draw a pipe from the landing pad to the excavation hub. Nice. I did it. I did it. Why is this bird sad? This bird looks so sad. Looky. I know what that did. We're almost there. Pretty sure this is the last thing that we need to break the strange object loose. We need, what is that? Quartz resource? Never heard of it. No crew hasn't opened the wiki. Yeah, chemical lab for that research. Yes. It's a lot of like, it's like fun, cute little management resources, which I like. I think a lot of space games have quite a few management resources. Could we can research it? I did. It is being researched. We need to go get. We need this. We need this stuff. Enter. I wish there was like a little number saying how much stuff you had in total. Water this guy. I don't have enough money. Now I have enough money. And we're gonna do a little excavator. We need this one. There should be more. Whoa, what is this one? Oh, it's the same thing. I like that I can just keep driving the little car around. It's so cute. Make him do like wheelies. He doesn't go that fast though. You can draw faster than he goes. To be fair. Do this one. Alright. Oh, I did it already. I reached the chemical dreams do come true. I've always wanted my own chemical lab. Good job, Stella. So according to the wiki, combine water and silicone in the chemical lab. Okay, so in the chemical lab, we can combine it to create. How do we make that? How do we do that? How do we do that? Do we have to... Let's enter this one. Chemical... Oh, we need more money! Where's our little robot? Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't realize you could just drive over the pipes. It's like a little mini game to keep you entertained. We'll stop there. Alright, chemical lab. Chemical lab can go anywhere. Okay, cool. Okay, so I just need to add water. So that's the refined water though. That's copper. Copper it is. Let's keep getting money. Let me redo that. That was not very clean of me. Oh, let's go to this one. What the hecky? And then wait, I want to do another water one. Should be good. Good job, Stella. So according to the wiki, we should combine water and silicone. That's what I did, right? Oh, that's water and copper. Recall. Okay, so it has water. And then we need silicone. Oh, we gotta do the launch pad. We have to do another launch pad, chat. Okay, we gotta make a launch pad. But we need more money. We need more money, little guy. Gets us some money. Alright, now we need a launch pad. And then let's make more of this. What? I forgot. Shouldn't it go? What? How do we do it on the other planet? Enter. How do we do the launch pad on this one? Oh, right. No, we just need to build it, and then I can take this uranium one, do that, and then I connect the silicone. This one. So now they come here. And now I take this guy and connect it here. Shit, why is it stuck? There we go. Excellent work, Flock. We're now refining a steady stream of quartz. Do you need anything further, science officer? Maybe a tissue. My chemical is just so beautiful. I wish we had a better poet on the vision. Woo! We made quartz. Because we're smart. Smart like that. It's not letting me progress in dialogue. It's not letting me progress in dialogue. Huh? Now let's deliver the quartz to the excavation site so Ruth can. Oh, wait, what? So sorry. I just didn't read the full thing. Okay. So now the chemical lab has quartz, which is around here somewhere. Where's my chemical lab? There we go. Oh, Captain, this is very poetic. Now, okay. Okay. The quartz is going. Look at that. The quartz. And it's been delivered. And now we just wait. And while we wait, I want to go discover the other planet. Discover! What does this planet have? It has... Oh, wait, I have to put one down. That's right. Oh, it has a bunch of stuff. Oh, it has the thing that I need for my other quest. Okay, let's put some of these down. Put one of these down. So I can roam around on this planet. It's unfortunate that some of the crafting stations aren't, like, just built into the ship, though, because that would be kind of nice. Yippee! I've never seen birds gather resources so fast. It seems a mystery is an excellent motivator. Now let's take a closer look at the strange object. Hold your bird butts. Just gotta lift this thing carefully, then I can... Huh? Well, Captain, you're not gonna believe this, but it's flying. Quick, hitch it to my rover. That'll stop it from floating away. But it's not floating away. It's just floating. Like magic. We have to see what's inside of this rock. It could be a tiny alien spaceship or something. Excuse me? If we're going to go going to open this up, potentially dangerous, we're doing it in a controlled lab environment. It's to the lab. To the lab! I bet it's an egg. I bet it's a weird egg. What's in it? Is it fruit? What? This is fascinating. It's like a rock. Whoa, he just bonked it with his beak like that? That's crazy. Oh. Have you found out what it is? Something not native to our system. That's a very loop-de-loop. You could have just done straight across, Stella. That's cool. Go on an expedition. 2.1, a little detour. This game is cute. I'm gonna stop. Hi B! I'm gonna stop this game here for now, but it's really fucking cool. So I like this one too. I actually want a heart emoji. Oh, thank you for the daily Wackers bone kiss. And put hearts next to games that I like because I would like to make videos about them. I never did a live post. Oh well. Okay, spooky game time. Fuck, spooky game time. Fuck. Well, hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully it won't be too spooky. Welcome to your virtual machine. This is a virtual environment simulates a full operating system. Having dinner, and I hope you have a great dinner, allowing you to interact with applications and files just like you would a physical computer. To manage your session, press Tab to bring up the taskbar at any time. Use the taskbar to switch between open windows or access system settings. When you're ready to close the taskbar, feel free to press Tab once again. With that in mind, go ahead and press Tab now to explore the virtual machine. Settings? This is so weird. Head bob off. No head bob. Okie dokie. Warning? Oh. A whole lot of reading. Nice. Wait, I wasn't done. Okay. Gotta start.
So, this next topic is about untitled.exe, more commonly known as oneway.exe. Game that's become yet another infamous entry in the world of lost media.
A video was posted to the now defunct Exodus website, which, if you've heard of this before, you know where this
has been subjected to prolonged torture before her death. Her body skinned, ripped apart, her injuries methodical and deliberate.
There's this game from the dark web, and by the way, never go there, okay? I think it doxes you if you download it. Like, the dark web,
you turned it
also
on?
Oh,
fuck.
Only premeditated, but carried out with the sadistic intention of creating a notorious home video.
It's all very try-hard. So, the horror not very good from what people say, so, right. Someone died while making it, I guess? But what is it?
Someone died while making it, I guess, is fucking wild.
Those who have claimed to have played it say that the hallway had a bunch of doors, each leading to what feels like a completely different game.
The story goes that
some
friends were playing a game together, the game made one another absolutely
closely resemble stories found on the perpetrated websites. Some of these writings explore extreme violence under the guise of creative fiction.
Okay. This is really weird. How do I go back to the settings? How do I look at... I want to look at all these things. How do I want to turn head bobbing off. Oh, it says, gameplay. Yep, you're right. Thanks, free bet. Okay, okay. There you go, okay. Don't see a good way to start from what we have. Someone didn't write a beginning. How about you make it then? Impress us with your ability to instantly create a functional build and branching a path for each character that's seamlessly integrated into the gameplay. Stop! Oh wait. It's a work in progress, so let's be patient with ourselves, okay? Okay. Kitty. Kitty! Is there anything behind us? Anita. Sweet cherry Anita. This was... Okay, I'm not reading all this. Spider face. Mikey. Meaty. Ophelia. Billy. I like the art style in this, the character Fiona. Untitled game. Oh shit, I didn't know these were doors. Oh shit, okay, I guess we're going to the Fiona's first. Oh, it's this game? What does that mean? Have you seen this game before? What is this? An interesting shape. Almost like organs. Hello? From Billy. My room is 2QB. That's a lot of blood. Blood lead anywhere? Scary game, I saw a little. Beans! What the fuck? Why is there a... okay. Clothes? Big old boobies.
911! Fashion emergency! You like totally have to help a girl out!
Help me find the
first
right...
day of school. I've got to make an entrance.
Okay. Hi, CC, how's this? Am I supposed to match her? I like the red eyeshadow and the black. We're gonna make her kind of goth. I wanna make her kind of goth. Ooh. Oh my god, wait, I like the short hair. Messy hair. I kind of like this one. It's got a lot of like streaks of different colors. I like this one. Oh, I heard something behind me. Can we the outfit match the scenario? It's a school outfit. That's not a school outfit. I kind of want to make her goth though. Can she be goth and go to school? I think she can. Top and then bottom. I hear things behind me and I don't like it. It's scaring me. I like the... kind of sounds like someone's getting murdered behind me, but who knows? This is cute. It's not school appropriate though. None of this is school appropriate. Well, this one's kind of school appropriate. Wait. Oh, I like the hair that we had. And then... Stop! Stop! There's noises behind me and it's scaring me. Hint somewhere that you should look for? Oh, okay. That door is like locked. Okay. We can look for clues. Spider face creature sighted. Not a cute curly girl says witness. A dumb twig instead. Blah blah blah. She did it. Killer killer. The laptop has a latch that won't open. This perspective of like this 2D view is very interesting. Christina Aguilera, yes, queen. What is this? Oh my G, I had the best day ever at the mall. Sarge says I look so good in blue tights. It's like totally sort of matches his eyes. He keeps getting distracted by my shoulder too. Boys are so easy. I wore my ankle strap today. I wore my ankle strap heels today. Cece says they're not only cute, but escalator chick too. What? I really called Spiderface a twig, they did. Plus, they match my hair's new low lights. I look just as like ex-Tina right now. So hot. Dear Diary, it was my first day of senior year. Well, it was the first day for me. Too bad I had mono for a sec there. Ew. I put on this crazy cute pink ruffle top. Okay. So she got low lights. She has a pink ruffle top. We know that. Okay. I think it goes just so... Wait. Oh, shit. So perf with my belt and my hair clips. I had to be soups too cute to make everyone remember what they missed during summer break. Hair clips. I'm gonna go so perf with my belt. Okay, so she had a belt. Please stop with the noises. This one has, I think, this one has a belt. I think that makes sense. Hair. Face. I don't know if... The hair has hair clips, she says. But they said they have low lights too. Okay, wait, is there anything else? Sargy is so super duper good at football, Mr. Diary. What a hunk. I'm sorry, I have to read it like this. I can't read it any other way. when he's sweaty, good lord, he looks so hot, like an Abercrombie model mermaid that can do 1,000 push-ups. Also, he can move his pecs like they're dancing. Isn't that the coolest thing you have ever heard, Mr. Diary? I want to take a big bite out of him sometimes. Hee hee. Stay jelly, bee. Hi, Mr. Diary. Senior prom was today. I felt like a princess in my pink dress. Not a real one with the ugly teeth one, but what One of those actually pretty ones with singing animals, because CC says tiaras at prom are so... Someone plagiarized my diary? Like, that's crazy. You need to check your spelling, brother. Tacky now, and she's the prom queen, so she should know. That's why I kept my hair down and simple, and it totes worked. Sergi couldn't keep his eyes off me, and also everyone else too. They were so jealous of us. Oh my god, Cece said we can go to her family's vacation cabin all summer long. Everyone is invited, even BJ is gonna be there. I need to make sure I pack all my cutest outfit. Can't forget my cute jeans miniskirt and a strappy blue top I got for my birthday. By the way, Mr. Diary, did you know that tiaras are the trend of the summer? I just had to get one. So hot. Oh my god. Is this a whole thing? I think these pages are for different days. Okay. Okay, so it was the first day of school. I had mono. I put on this crazy cute ruffle top. It was so perf with my belt and my hair clips. Okay. Her hair. So maybe the... Wait, did I misspell someone? Diary? No, I don't think so. BJ isn't... It isn't, unfortunately. I think hair clips. That's the hair clips. No, it's this one. It's this one, isn't it? It would go with it. Okay. Wait, how do I confirm? How do I, like, confirm it? Now, this is what I call a comeback. She liked it.
OMG!
What should I wear to the summer party? Okay. That is so weird that you can hear her, like, in the thing. She's talking about the game diary. Yeah, I think so. Right, number CC vacation home. So Bio says sleepover. We ordered pizza and said it was so late. And watched movies on American Idol, and there were no stinky boys to ruin it. Darcy let me braid her hair and everything. She said mine looked super cute, and she was right. Oh, and I also had a cute little tank with Sargi's number on it. Do you think it made him think of me? So I want to give her like a sleepy look. I like the blue. And then, did it say anything about her hair? Darcy let me braid her hair and everything. She said mine looked super cute and was right. So mine was super. I'm gonna presume it's like. I kind of want to go with this one though. No, wait, no, this one. This is a sleepover one. And then with his number on it, and then pajama bottoms. Yeah, how's this, CC? It's so pretty when you're sleepy.
OMG! It's the senior prom!
Hey, that's sing. Okay, I'm just gonna let her talk in the closet. A pink dress, the real one, not with the ugly cute, but the one with the actually pretty ones, singing animals. And tiaras. CC says tiaras at prom are so tacky now. She's a prom queen, so she shouldn't know. So I keep my hair down and simple. Okay. This is a horror version of all those dress flash up. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'll pick her hair and stuff after. She kept her hair simple, she said. Simple, and then she said she was wearing a pink dress. Right? Kinda, it has different levels based on different things, I think. Yeah, this is the one I guess I started with. Okay, so hair down and simple, and it totes worked. Okay. This should be good. And then I'm gonna make her, like, eyes match. Just like a princess.
It wasn't me!
Okay.
Spiders, 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 spiders. Spiders, spiders, spiders.
Okay, well now I gotta look for spiders, right? Oh my gosh, I just had the mostest fun today. I love swimming campfire. CC says we're just like Paris and Nicole. Can you believe that she was gonna put on a one piece like a granny? CC wanted to make sure we could all take pictures for vacation and it was way to college. At least I have to wear this stupid blazer again and my hair looks so cute. Something freaky's going on right now, Mr. Dyer. The boys are being so weird. Ricky and Cricket kept fighting. Why can't they make up already? I know Sergeant and Cece really got scared when the spider pit thing happened, and maybe I should do something to fun better. Oh, Mr. Dyer, I think I should ask Darcy for help. She is like always reading about boring stuff like Ricky. Boring stuff with Ricky. She is like really smart. They don't believe me at all. They won't listen to me. The doctor striked me. They said I didn't have to go to the spark room anymore. They said I didn't have to go. The smell of burnt hair is in my nose. They cut my hair off, but I can still smell it. My head hurts. They want me to forget about it, but I won't. I didn't do it. I know I didn't do it.
Oh! But boop boop, the spark room doesn't let me feel too stylish.
Maybe we gotta go like a neutral look. I'm gonna go for the, I'm presuming the most like plain outfit. There you go. Sucks you. Short hair is such a look on you. It's so nice to live inside your head. B.
I need
Next.
to fucking kill him. I need to fucking kill him. I need to drain the life from his face. And I will.
I like her top. I can't leave.
I need to kill him. I need to fucking kill him. I need to stab his fucking eye. Help me kill him now.
Oh, okay, shit. Help me stab him. Get the knife. Okay. I'm going. Get the knife. Isn't the knife in here? No, it's not in here. Shit, sorry, damn. What's this? You can't have your knife unless you finish all your crackers. Love you forever, B. Let's have some lunch. Yippee. Look at, we have Lunchables. Yum. Oh, do I have to make that one now? This one. Oh, I fucked it up. Go back. Okay. This one, and then 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 1, 2, 3, and then a cheese, and a ham, and this, and a... Oh boy, so cool. What is happening? Oh, glass, and then medicine, and then... Oh, I did that wrong. Oh god, okay. Viscera, this one, pills. And a tooth? Where do I get a tooth from? My phone? Where's a girl to find a tooth? Oh my, my mouth? My mouth has a... His name is Tim. Say hi to Tim. Oh, hi Tim. Hi, we took a bite out of Tim. Okay. Oh, okay, what do we do with the... How do I... Okay. No, get back in the game. How do I... Wait, hold on. Controls? Inventory is I. Okay, sorry. I forgot. Go back. Okay, maybe not. Controls. Inventory. It says I, isn't it? It's I. Hi, Mew! Pliers. Maybe I have to use the pliers while I'm in here. There we... Oh! Stream's good. Oh, this stream is great, dude. Okay. This one, pills and tooth. Yeah, oh, yay, we have our knife. You parasite from Billy. Oh my. Okay. Okay. That wasn't very puggers. I'm gonna be honest, chat. That was kind of spooky. What is this? It's not a journal. I had one of those night terrors again. My sleep is all over the place, and it is. I miss the sun. Waking up to a pitch dark room feels so something. I miss writing to find myself. I guess I'm writing to find myself. I don't really want to dwell. Oh, she writes so so it's like just like I'm gonna wear my pink shirt and matching running shorts. And since it's a bit okay. So today I'm gonna wear my pink shirt and matching running shorts. And since it's a bit cold, I'll take a zip-up party. How's that? I hope I still got it. Not poggers at all. Well, you know, we're still cute. Did I talk about my hair? Today I'm gonna wear my pink shirt, matching running shorts, and it's a bit cold, so I'll have a zip-up hoodie. She didn't talk about her hair, so I'm gonna have her hair be put up. She wants to go out, cause, wait. She said a pink top, though, right? Pink shirt and matching running shorts. Do you have a pink shirt? You don't really have a pink shirt with matching running shorts. Matching running shorts? You don't really have a pink shirt with You don't have running shorts, dude. None of these are running shorts. They're all skirts. Is there anything else? Oh. Okay, now can I use them in here now? Oh, I can. I think those are running shorts. Top. Pink top. Yeah, I think. What is this, CC? Wrong character, replace file? What do you mean wrong character? Uh-oh, my hair doesn't match. Something must be wrong. What the fuck you mean your hair doesn't match? You didn't talk about. I waking up with a bitch. I guess I'm writing here to find myself today. I really don't feel it. Do you? Oh shit! The laptop opened. Cricket room. Pen 15. Aww. Alien 420. Let's go. Weed. Napkin. Gabriella Hoffman. Alien encounter. Beanbag. Hot dogs. Okay. The truth is out there. Your mom. Okay. Crying text. Cry bitch. Jack has pretty head to keep. My hubby. Ew. On came sketch of spider face. Okay. Letter. Topic to my. That's. Oh. I just kind of clicked. Oh no! Is this B? B is the oh. You want a lunch note? I don't really want to murder you, but I think I have to. Ooh, that's not very nice. That's not very nice at all. I think I'm taking her kidneys. What do you think, chat? You think I'm taking her kidneys? Cute top, though. It is a cute top, though. She's got nice chest, I think. What is that? What is that? Okay. Did I just take her scalp? I think I just took her scalp. The truth is out there. Encounter an alien. Hello? Her hair, the hair was the wrong. No. No! Did I fuck it up? No. I didn't wanna do that. I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Stupid, stupid, hate you, hate you, hate you. Dumb. No, you did it right. Oh god. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay. The doggy. Okay, am I done here? Can I leave? can I leave now? I can't leave. This just takes me to my bar. I don't. Arts. Recycle bin. Okay. This doesn't let me do anything with it. Hello? Is there anything else I'm supposed to do in here? Christina Aguilera? Book? Hop up? Pizza? Hello? I don't really know what I'm supposed to do now. I feel like I'm supposed to do something with a computer, but it's not letting me do anything with the computer. Hello? Did I do something wrong? Can I leave, please? Okay, I got it. I think I understand. I think I got it. I think I understand. I think I need to use this. I think I need to use this somewhere. Where do I use this scalp? Where do I use this scalp? Where does this scalp go? Well, does that scalp go here? Any chance? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little lost. I really want to finish this game because I like horror games. The doggy. Oh, there's 2 doggies. Audie BFFs. Oh, that's cute though. Can I put the... Oh! What the hell is the kill room supposed to be? What kill room? Someone made a new folder in Bells with some fucked up assets I've never seen before. How about I act sweet and pretend it wasn't you? Are they free to use commercially at least? Cute speech, but I didn't do it. If I wanted to scare you, I can do better than that. Listen, I'm not even actually mad, but I don't see why we're wasting time on something we don't use. Unless you had some idea I don't know about. I'm not lying to you. I'm only seeing this now. The pixelization is almost too prudish, but it actually helps to emphasize the guts spilling out even more. You're so edgy. Okay, well, that was cool. Can I go back on the computer? No? Okay. Can I leave now? Is it leaving time? What do I do now? There's nothing new. Oh, okay. Sometimes it's hard to get everyone in the same pic. Lol, we're so silly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Can I leave now? I don't like it in here anymore. I wish I went to the first door, I'll be honest. Anything else to click there? Can I leave? I want to leave. Oh. Say hi to my boys. I bet they're thinking about how hot and delicious the one on the left is. Is that Sargi? Yeah, it is, because he's got the 13. Blood. I like this, like, ominous black wall. I also don't like the noises of chains that I keep hearing. What's happening? Am I lost? Did I do something wrong? What did I do with the scalp? Do I eat the scalp? Maybe? What's the name of the game again? Oneway.exe. Maybe I put the scalp on whatever the fuck that is. Nope. Wait. Is it... You see the hair on the dresser? The hair on the dresser. There's no hair on the dresser. I have the hair in my inventory. I have the scalp. Is there another dresser somewhere? Hello? Hello? Pizza? Pizza? I feel like the computer is bugged. I feel like I'm supposed to do something on the computer, but it's just not working. Cause like it like lets me focus in on it, but it doesn't do anything. Hello? Hello? I don't know, I feel like I clicked on everything. I might have to look it up, maybe? I wanna leave. Maybe I didn't do something right? No, I was thinking I was asking if you tried using the scout on- Oh! Is that or the computer is bugged? Oh, you're right. Okay. This is your reckoning. This is your reckoning. Pog. Poggin. Glad we figured that out. What is oh my god. What the fuck? Okay. Word from the one-way restoration team. We need to address the persistent rumor about what's supposed to be for the untitled exit. You clear we have no demo available exists and no legitimate on the government has been given to find the date. Oh shit, what the fuck? Commonly known as one-way exit. How the fuck did you find all this? Hi, band term. Ha! That's crazy. Karma coming. Okay, I want to play more though. I want to play more.
So this next topic is about untitled.exe.
Press and hold space to skip. Okay. I want to play the other rooms. Fuck off. Okay. It's very ARG. Like, yeah, I like it. Won't open. Okay, Kitty's room won't open. What about Meaty's room? Yay! Should I be worried though? Oh lord. Everything looks so good so far, nice work, but who the hell made I for inventory? What's the hell wrong with that? No one uses that, silly. Yes they do. What are you talking about? It makes more sense than E, right? Maybe you're just not in those baby games you like to play. I recall someone saying playing a baby game with me last week, and I play way more games than you too, so don't try me. Cool. Very cool. Okay, I like that the cursor changed. Piggy! Hello, Piggy! Hello, little Piggy! What's this? Is there something I have to read for this one too? This is a cool game. Oh wait, yeah, there is. Okay, cool. Internet posted, hello, this is Desmodia again. The internet's so much fun. There are so many people to find and connect with. You can meet people from all over the world. Different minds, different bodies, different skins, like Tapestry. What does your skin look like? Okay, none of the one haven't seen this room. Okay, no problem. It's so also fascinating. Let's keep exploring together. Outfit of the day and best friend. I love my best friend Pom Pom. She's adorable little pig. I just want to feed her all day. Mukbang. But before I can do anything, I have to dress up. Fashion fit. My closet is full of handmade dresses and organics. Each one what? Each one. Can I close it? Can I close it? I regret. Okay. I love dress-up games. I don't know what if I supposed to put her in a different outfit. If I just click done, what happens? Be the pig. Okay. Oh, I've created. Oh, wait. I want to change it. Wait, I can change it. Does it matter? I like the braids. Oh, I can change the color of the braids. Let's have blue bows. I like blue bows. Okay, get out of my face. Accessories? I can have like a big bow. Let's do no bow. Yeah, let's do like no bow. Then the outfit. This is kind of awkward, I'm gonna be honest. Ew, I know, right? Ooh, I liked that one. I like this one. Can we make it blue? Actually, I like red shoes. I can barely see the shoes. And be honest with you, dog, I can barely see those shoes. Oh, I like these ones. Stockings. I like the red stockings. This was cute. Skin. Oh, okay. Eyes. Oh, we can make our eyes different. Oh, make them red. Hey, done. Okay, time to go feed our piggy. Hello, piggy. Here's your cake. I'm proud of myself for this one. I came out so cute. I have to agree, is it meant to be alive or is it a decoration or what? It's a cute piggy, oink. I can see that, but what is it? A cute piggy. I can't stand when you both do that. Okay, I think I fed the piggy. Oh, am I supposed to feed the pig in the game? Feed the piggy. There we go. Yay! Yay for the piggy! Oh, is he hungry again? Hi! Hi. Okay. Oh, okay, there's a new thing here. So creative. Posted it. Isn't it amazing how creative people are online? Every blog is like a body full of unique organs and tissue. Okay, that's a little weird. So many inspirations. Sometimes I just have to take a little piece for myself. Do you get me? Yet I am only my ever real self. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. The fuck is that? Ew, you made it so ugly. I'm gonna have nightmares over seeing this. That face is gonna haunt me. Wait till it moves. What? But it moves. Do I have to make a different one? Cupcake. Cupcake. You want a cupcake? Look like you were still hungry. Do you want a cupcake? Oh, the cupcake. Yay, he happy! Oh, he hungry again. Hey, I need more food. Oh, we talked together again. So nice to see you in chat. Okay. Okay, thanks. That was obviously a bug. Obviously, I just cycled the options. Alright, I have a bug. Okay, sorry. Oh, don't cry. Okay, I'll go get you more food. Hold on. I don't want this. No. No. Oh, wait, shit, sorry. Hello, my fans. Let's talk Pom Pom. She's the cutest, but she's so hungry all the time. She's hungry core. So hungry core. Sometimes I like a cup of tea. Sometimes only a cup of tea will calm me down. It's like magic. I love watching her body relax as she sips tea. What a precious sight. Pinky's up. It makes me feel so good to take care of Pom Pom. Are you hungry too? It's time to eat. Let's digest. Okay, well, I gave her the meat and she didn't like it, so. Oh, I have a nightstand. Do you want the nightstand, Piggy? I keep chatting forever. Can you go away? I need to see what happened to my pig. Did you take it? What'd you do with it? Okay. More. Okay. Oh, I already read. What else are we supposed to give it? What else would you like, Mr. Piggy? Would you like a poster? I look at you the same and we get to know each other. Okay, can you leave me alone? There you go, Piggy. Here's more poster. Let me know you so we can be friends. I want to know you so well. Creepy. Creepy. What else we got? Can I give him this teacup? Oh, the teacup would make sense because they said that sometimes. Oh, I think we're like destroying our room. You go. I know how we can be friends. Comprehension is key. Can you leave me alone? I don't like you. There's this thing. A kettle. A cute doll. That is. Yeah, okay. There you go. Friends are for life and never leave you, don't you know? That depends on the friend, I'd say, to be honest. I don't really have anything else for you to eat, my guy. I got this doll. Oh, you want to eat the baby doll? I would much appreciate it if you ate this baby doll. I'm gonna honestly eat that. And what a friend you are to keep files safe. What? Is this a poster I can have? Can I have this? I can. Cool. I'm just feeding it in my entire room. Okay. I don't know what. Can I feed him the pig now? Can I feed the pig a pig? Oh, it's this poster. I forgot about that one. Okay. Here's, I think, the last poster, you piggy. Is it really why? Is that really why? Is it? What? Why what? Why what? Room is disintegrating. Whoa, I never looked at the ceiling, I feel like. Oh, that's cool. Piggy? Piggy? What about this? Can I give him this? Door's locked. Oh, the tea table! Of course! Of course! Why didn't I think about the tea table? Here you go, piggy. Please stop talking. Yeah, see, like, I haven't responded this entire time. You know? Can I take my bows? Nope. What else does Mr. Piggy want? Mr. Piggy, what else could you desire, Mr. Piggy? Mr. Piggy? I don't like how this room is like a containment room. Piggy? Piggy, piggy? I have to do the thing again? Create 10 avatars. Oh, well. I don't really mean to. I have that blob again. Mr. Piggy's still hungry. Do I have anything in my inventory? Nope. Can't touch my bed. These are all that. About the heart. I can't click on anything else. What am I missing? There has to be something that I'm missing. Is there something in here that I'm missing? No, I don't think so. Mother, I crave violence! Do the violence, child. Do it. How do I get the... Oh, what about the carpet? The carpet? Yes. I was like, it has to be a flat thing. So here you go, piggy. Oh, goodness. A parasite overfed by the weak. Memories buried beneath. Ew! Ew, what the fuck? You take a precious thing beyond the the marrow. Now your skin clings to brittle bones. Mottled with lethargy, it peels away in strips, revealing raw flesh underneath. You like it? I can't read. The rot seeps deeper, festering in the cavity. Every breath you take is a rattling gasp. I can't read. Give me.
I need
it! Art? Fan art. Kitty. You want kitty fan art? What is it? What is it you would like? Well, now you can't read. No, I cannot. Is there something in here that I'm supposed to get? What? Give me? Give you what? Oh, am I supposed to like... Oh god, this is hard. Oh god, I can't see. Oh my god. I'm feeding the monster files. He's hungry for files. I can't see, bro. I can kind of like reach in between here. I'm feel bad. All this fan art going to this monster, you know? It would devour Twitter, you know? Oh, it's Kitty. Oh, what the fuck? Isn't Kitty like a separate character? I am your best friend.
Okay, well, I finally stripped the bed today. That's progress, right? I didn't get to the laundry part, and the sheets are in a big pile on the floor. We knew each other inside it's still progress, so and I'm letting myself feel happy about it. At least sometimes I have to be my own life outside of the screen, you know?
I love the, I like
the and you miss it, and I'm tired of missing out. Ew, I really still have bad dreams that feel way too real. Josie, moving, and put volunteer at the community garden today. I want to talk to my brain in bed this morning because I spilled an entire bag of seeds over the food rot bin. I want to learn I just felt so.
Is Meaty and Kitty related?
But it's okay. I'll bring my A game tomorrow.
Spill on the floor. Rot from the inside out. So I found one to be. So I found one to be. Outside the screen.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. That's cool. Oh. Oh no, I like this game. This is fun. Warning. Okay, so... Oh, we can't do Fiona's room. Because there's tryptophobia. I don't want to do Fiona's room. This is cool, though. So you can kind of see what's going on with everyone's rooms. Strictly forbid the use of any art copyrighted material, including limited track, artwork, writing, voice lines, and sound art to be used in any... Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Start.
So, this next...
Shut the fuck up. Okay, so can we go into Kitty's room now? No. Okay. About Mikey. Sup, Mikey? What's up with your room, Mikey? Okay. Hello. Ah! I can't see. Hey, kitten, feeling... Oh, God. Oh, God, now it's pink? Just relax, baby, and keep following my gaze.
Hey, what's up, dudes and dudettes? All eyes and ears on me, because haven't you heard? I am live, 24/7, so you should tune in to TRBZ, baby.
I hate doing click and drag. It's a pain in the ass to get right. What do you hate? Why don't you hate? What don't you hate? Hey, did you see those pics? I said it looks like you. It did kind of look like you. Kidding, but a little. As you see those quotes and things. The emotes, he has
the only Mikey Van Lee, baby.
Ever hear sound this clean?
Ever had your mind blown at several dimensions at once? Ever fallen in love when you least expect it to?
Can I play with the guitars?
Never doubt thrash eye sound, because Mikey Van Lee will
Mikey's not sure why, but I'll take
Mikey
it.
Van Lee will rock.
Cool.
Mikey Van Lee will roll. Sell your soul to good sound. Tune in to Thrash Eye Vision.
Okay. Turn it up to 11? Wait, is that what I'm supposed to do? Live, turn it up to 11. Mikey Van Lee is... Trash Eye Vision. Okay. That's cool. Am I supposed to... Put it on a column for my model on the side says, yippee! Turn it off. What do I do with this poster? Under my heel, thrash eye vision. Okay. I just have his poster for some reason. Oh, turn to 11. So that's all that is. Okay. Makeup palettes. So am I supposed to like? Feels like I'm supposed to find a specific.
Slit your neck to be born anew.
What? No! Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it, main character! Oh shit. Do you want the Mikey poster? It brings me comfort in these times. Oh shit, what the fuck? The fuck? Oh. Oh fuck. What do we have, music playing? What do you mean? The static SFX keeps feeling like I hear a song baked into it faintly. Spooky. But no, white noise can mess with your head though. Oh, whoa, that's weird. I'm gonna go to this big thing in the sky, I guess? Oh, I can't. Maybe I have to go towards the music? Oh, what's happening? These rocks. Oh, wait, no, I think I seen the boombox. Yeah, there it is. Hello, boombox.
A passing thought. A story. A made-up world you play with to escape the noise. You build. You refine. You add history, emotion. You indulge far too many times in what you aren't meant to have. It's just fiction.
Okay.
Break your skin and bones. Let go.
I like that art. That's crazy.
Will you hurry up already? Hey, you
that's crazy, bro.
Give in. Jump.
Oh, where are we going? Give in. I got an achievement called give. Oh, I jumped. Whoops. Whoops. Whoops.
Like
oopsie poopsie.
No.
Not really.
Yeah?
No, not really.
Can't remember, huh?
Probably because I'm dead.
You're a freak little tiger. Always
I don't like it when you call me a freaky little tiger. That's a no-go, dog.
Well, I've got one for you.
Huh? What? You gonna murder me? Is that me? Yeah, not so cool, is it? Yeah.
Bummer.
Bummer.
Too bad they loved you. But at least you got a show.
Freak.
Yeah? And now it's your turn.
Turn for what? Huh? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, this is cool. Rob and Bert. Hey, it's like me. I get to sit on the couch. Rob and Bert Thrash Eye Vision playlist. Okay, that's cool. What am I doing about this? I saw a hole or something. Do I go in there or back over here or follow the rocks or I feel like I was supposed to do something over there. I feel like I'm supposed to do something in that room. But I can't run! Probably because I fell off the fucking tower. Please. You're so slow, bro. Please. Little ADHD brain can't handle you being so slow. Can I click play on this? Or something? Oh. I'm gonna drag it. What do I drag it to? Can I get in it and then drag it? Oh. Thrash eye tapes.
Your wants, your memories, your fears.
Huh?
Your soul becomes the blueprint.
Thrash eye music video. Let's go, baby. Oh shit, it's dark now. Oh shit, look at that. Ooh, can I scroll through the video? Whee. Oh, there's more videos now. That doing? Oh, what's this? Creepy mask. It's cool, but I don't like looking at it for some reason. Who still uses a webcam? Lol. Is this even recent? Is that the killer's name? At wait, what? At 31. 3112. Andrew? Oh, we are one way out. Okay.
Brick.
Yeah, me, baby. Oh. All alone sugar? I don't like this. Alright, it's the third time now. I tried to change the password back to the one from the doc, but it keeps going back somehow. Just keep this in mind if you want to access the file. I'm not trying to do that. Wait, just keep in mind that you and I'm not touching it. It still has space. Wait. It's the third time the one from the doc. It keeps going back somehow. Just keep this in mind if you want to access the file. Still has spaces, case sensitive, special character. Alright. Oops. Is there a password? Fake. Is this legit? Let me see how long. Space baseball. What is baseball? You have the password in here? Bert is missing. You can't. Can I look at this on the other side? Ah, there we go. Strange focus encounter. Listening to Thrash after the first night. Thursday. Who's Truvies? Can you stop telling me to burn my flesh, please? Halloween special, our saddest episode yet. Unsubscribe. Can you shut the fuck up, bro? I'm not gonna burn my flesh. I don't understand what the password is. I said it'd be like burn. Oh wait, is it Thrash Eye? Thrash Eye Vision or something? I keep trying to change it back to the ones without, but it keeps going back. Somehow, if you just keep this in mind if you want. Oh, Thrash Eye. Wait, how's it spelled? I think I get it. Yeah, go for it. I am very lost in this game, so definitely feel free. No, you're totally fine. If I'm like, I'm so lost. If I say I'm lost, like, fucking go for it. Hold on. How's it spelled? Thrash Eye Vision. My heel. bro. Burn your flesh. Thrash. Vision. That didn't work. The video picture says. Wait, what? The video pictures, they say burn flesh, but they are capital? Okay. Alright, this is. Okay. So then it's. Burn flesh. Oh, sorry. That won't work. Oh, but capitals? Burn. But some are capital. Okay, hold on. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, close. I go back. Okay, go. Oh shit, sorry. Okay. Where does it say? The video? Oh wait. One way. Where does it say burn your flesh? Oh god, Jesus. Burn? Oh, okay, hold on. Oh shit. Can I take like notes in the game? Oh shit, sorry. Oh fuck, did I fuck it up? Okay, burn. So we can do it like this. So, burn, I think it is. God damn it. No, the R. It's, bro's gotta shut the fuck up. Burn your. Well, okay. Thank you. I inputted the password. I did it! Woo! Good job, Fruitbat.
Your new god.
Thank you. We did it! Yay! We completed Mikey's room. Yay! Yay! Thank you.
So this
okay. Shut the fuck up. Pog? I like these puzzles. Let's do Anita. I think Spider-Face is a lot of reading though. Good job, boy. Thank you. You step outside the line. Don't follow strangers. Always listen to Anita. Avoid distractions all costs. Evil magician, huh? Okay. Beautiful blue eyes. Don't run with scissors pointing up. Hold them sideways so you don't get hurt. It's crazy. Okay, I'd like to go, please. What is this? It's so cute. Look at how silly she is. Even if a stronger force doomed her to a life of eternal looping. No, I promise she's happy about it. The VHS effect came out nice too. I'll take that as a compliment. Also, my phone went off and the Amber Alert during the last. That's so crazy. Sorry. Sorry, I just wanted to get a good view. Okay, sorry.
Let's play silly man. I'll pick a word, and all you have to do is try and guess what it is. To make a guess, use the provided Anita's Alphabet Bites branded cereal. Available in your favorite.
Surprise!
Surprise! Hooray! You got it right! I so super duper believed in you!
Oh. Oh god damn it. Hit. I died. Whoops! You died. Oh, this is cute though. This art's really cute. I want to respawn. You got too silly. Sorry. Sorry, Anita. I didn't mean it. Okay. The applause not go off? Hold on. No, I have a wife. Hold on. What? Where's my sound always thing off? And paste. Why is it offline? Browser sources? What do you mean it was offline? Copy. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why this isn't working. Okay. I'll figure it out later. I'm sorry. Okay. I would like to play again. Alright, paying attention this time. Ugh. Is that all there is to this? Oh. Sorry. Okay, so this one, it's surprise.
Surprise! Hurry! You got it right! I so super duper believed in you!
IL I think there was an N here, wasn't there? That was wrong. Really not F? What the fuck else could the... Oh, I get... What the fuck is that word supposed to be?
Not everyone's cut out for spelling. How about another chance?
Yeah, I got this. Always listen to Anita. Positive. Okay, what if I listen? Do I stay here the whole time? I'm paying attention. Why? Oh man, you can't accept me. Fuck you. Okay. Okay.
I so super duper believed in you.
Jesus Christ, bro. What? Have this many letters. Words with ILE. S? Let's try S. Oh! We're missing like 3 letters. 6 words. Well, that wouldn't work. Just don't mind him in the background. You know, chat. Just ignore him. This is a 6-letter word. What was it? What was it? It was IALE. Something. Something IA.
Should we try one of my 5 and under activities?
Yes. Something I. This is I second. Diable? Nope. Okay, it's not diable. It's not. Has to be another EI word. Something I. You shut the fuck up, bro. I'm trying to do a thing, man. What about a C? I think a C for 500? There's no C! Oh my god. What letter was it supposed to be? Something. Is that dinner? What are we doing? We're playing a horror game. I want to play this whole. I like this horror game. This horror game is cool, but I'm stupid. Getting choked out. Exactly. Repetitive. Okay. Oh shit! Oh shit! There's letters around the room. Wait, hold on. Yay! It was a C. I have that. I have that. I would like that letter C, please. I have that. I would like the letter C. Can I go outside the lines yet? I want that letter C, give me! Give it to me! Oh. Never trust a stranger. Hi, I'm Anita. You can trust me now, Anita. Why can't I grab the C? This page broke. Friends. Oh. Oh, wrong thing. Wait, where'd the C come from? Oh, maybe I can't have the C? Maybe the C's not part of it? Alright. Now can I have the C?
Let's play silly then. I'll pick a word, and all you have to do is try and guess what it is.
Okay, but can I have the C though?
Use the provided. Keep your arms and legs inside the line at all times.
Okay, I got the C. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I just really wanted that C, my bad. Okay. There we go. I did it.
You got it right. I saw someone who believed in you.
Okay. Oh, we have an E. Okay, so what about... alright, let's look around more. Hold on, am I forgetting something? Hold on, why am I being added? Hold on. Switch, this week's round is also going for the instance. Oh shit, we have more time to play games! June 26th? Wait, hold on, sorry. D&D things. That was the 7th.
Oh, but we playing freeze tag? Wow,
Shut the fuck up, lady!
such a good job.
Hold on, I gotta be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. I am back, and we get to play games all day. All day games! All day games! My D&D was canceled, so we get to play games all day long. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay, good lord, alright. Welcome. Okay, that C came from there. All day games. Activity 2 is broken. One day we'll get to this one. It's a promise. Don't make promises we can't keep. Ugh, have some faith in this asshole. Surprise a friend today. Oh, it's Miracle. Miracle. It says Miracle. Make a miracle. Bring out the Flash games. Well, we have a bunch of... We have like... I don't know how I thought I was gonna get through half of these today. We have fucking 16 demos to try today, and we're on the 3rd one. Use your C. Oh yeah. I forgot we had the C. Hello? Dial-up noise? Oh, this is an old noise. Can you leave now? What the fuck? Congratulations, you completed simple puzzles for babies. Easy. One, Anita knows it's no easy task. It wasn't. It wasn't. Don't know why this is the only file in the folder. Tell me there's a fix before you flips. I can't send you the zip. I don't know what's happening with all our files. I thought you knew about the haunted technology. Sent. Now you can say that I'm not. Now you can't say I'm not your bestest friend. Oh, okay. I need a room unzip activities.
Anita is your only friend. Think about how it feels to hurt your friends.
I'm okay.
Boy, oh boy! Wasn't that just a barrel of monkeys? Why don't we try another game? This one's lots of fun. Just you wait!
I want to go back. Yep. Oh. Okay, well, activities 2 is broken. Activities 3. It's a string puzzle. Okay. I'm ready for the string puzzle, Anita. Is that a camera? Oh. Oh, hi, Anita. Oh, you're so much more kind of spooky. Adventure. Oh, I love these. Oh, yippee. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out words. Adventure. It's hard to think when you're talking. Oh, heart? Is heart one of them? Heart? Always? The word always. Mean. Cheerleader. Cheerleader would be C, cheerleader. And then friend. And then magician, the evil magician. Magician.
I was just thinking. Our games together are almost done.
What? Ah!
Now you
Okay.
have to stay and play forever.
Okay.
Why, look at all the fun we've had. Golly, did we just make the grandest pals? You know what would be just so very...
Your legs are longer.
Ending our day with some arts and crafts, of course.
Okay.
Oh, I know. How about we make each other some friendship bracelets?
I love...
Let's place the cheery, friendly friendship beads onto the string and see if you can make me a fun little phrase. Even a baby could do it.
I do it like here, Anita.
I heard that you like to have fun. Fun with your friends forever.
Yeah, I'm having a great time, actually. Anita, Anita. Anita. Wait, does the file say anything about this? Note. Not sure where to fit Tommy in yet, but it's not a question of where we will, we have to. Anita wants to replace every memory of the past, no matter how badly she used to cherish them. This is her new world now, and everyone she loved before has a plaything. Even Fred in a way, but we'll get into that some other time. Okie dokie, so maybe we have to... Oh, shit. Anita... Maybe we should do like this. No, that makes sense. Anita... Like that, no. Like that, maybe? I don't know, maybe not that one yet. Loves everybody.
Gosh, looks like you just can't get it right. I guess you'll just have to stick around right here until I give you a better show.
Okay. Okay. Do you like my friendship bracelet? It's supposed to say Anita loves everybody. Anita loves every silly fella. Maybe. What's this thing? Anita, are we missing some widows? Anita. I think it's, yeah, Lena loves every silly fella. Do you have a bracelet? Wait, what if everybody, what if it's, every, did you have a, oh, do I? No. Everybody. Every silly fella. Oh no, that won't work. Is it really not every silly fella? Huh. These all fit together so nice. Anita, are you sure I didn't do it right? Can you take them to the files? Oh, maybe. On board. Oh. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Tommy loves every silly fella. Hacking into the mainframe. There you go. I did it. Oh God! Oh, corpse husband? Hi, Anita. Do you ever remember a feeling? No faces, no names. I had a best friend once. Was it B? Makes sense, A, B? He wasn't real. Oh, you're talking about Tommy? He didn't need to be... What? I realized I could be that for someone else. Their eyes are freaking me out, man. I could make them happy. Can you? Because you didn't accept my friendship bracelet. Oh, shit. Is that what you want? I don't know. What's wrong with your neck? A show? I guess. I'd like to go home. Then smile with me. I don't think she liked my smile, chat. Yay, we finished Anita's room. I like this game. This game's fun. I'm gonna play the whole thing and you can't stop me. If we have time, I'm actually gonna go back to Neon Abyss and finish that one too. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Spider Faces has a lot of... Okay. It said Spider Faces had a lot of reading though, huh? We did Billy's first. Oh, okay, it was, okay. Ophelia. Fiona's has tryptophobia warnings though, so I might not do that one. So you guys were gonna have to look that one on your own on the Googles. Alright, we'll do Spider Faces, but if it's too much reading, I might not finish it. A VTuber specific horror game that does something with your model. We need that would be kind of cool though. I feel like there's probably a few VTubers that have like subtle things that happen to their VTuber. Someday, oh, Kiwi, can you DM me? There is a song that I might want to do another pass at my lore for. So if you could just DM me, like, lore. Just the word lore. Our admins are aware that the alleged cold case leaks, we have a reason to believe it was real, as it was uploaded by a trusted reg. Due to the list of potential victim names that were compiled recently, we could connect the new bodies with their correct identities based on the state they were found in. We encourage respectful and civil decisions. Stay on top of seriously, more updates will follow. I feel like maybe I should have done this one last. Should I have done this one last? Find the names of the victims. Sexy girl. User is not currently accepting visitor messages. Wait, I think I want to do this one last. Cause like spider face is like a whole. Whatever. Where you get your spider face pics? I can't find them anywhere, and it's driving me insane. Oh, good lord. Oh, murder is bad. I don't like the murders. Okay, you don't like No one is spamming. You read Annabelle's account and think what you have here. Leave me alone. Stop spamming. User's not currently in messages. Frog's World. Top. Okay, some weird shit is going on. I don't have much time to type. Not the strongest connection out here. Spiderface has been consistent with his path for 5.5 years now, likely more. I had a hunch that something was shifting in its behavior, but now I'm convinced Spiderface is a trajectory. Off its trajectory and become unstable in its behavior, despite moving in a mostly linear path up until now. Spiderface suddenly doubled back to the east and is totally striking at what looks random. Knowing what I know, though, no doubt what they're doing is on purpose. The question, fuck, wait, okay. Senior Seymour, you are the only one obsessed enough with the gas station killer to even care. You are just spreading misinformation about half-baked theories based on inconsequential threads. It's not even a gas station, that it's quite literally the entire point. You say you got it, so-called map, and all this evidence piled up, and we've yet to see any. Yep, caught me, I almost forgot to post it. Got it right here for you, bud. File attached. Your mom. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. It's a truly testament to your current state of this website that not a day goes by before another art thread goes up with counsels required a child from children drooling over their digital art drawing. The moment actual evidence is uncovered and the actual effort is needed to make to name a victim, suddenly there's crickets. We need to put a name to every victim, or else this will be quickly swept under the rug. I already figured it out while chowing down on some lunch, my dude. Maybe spend less time nursing your ego, and you could too. Okay, so I have to figure out the names, because I'm someone. Cryptics, insect whiz, questionable, don't just blaze it, you gotta kiss it first. An unappetizing half-eaten. Wait, this is a napkin. Gabriella Hoffman? Yeah, okay, Gabriella Hoffman was one name. Dicks. Nice. Ew. Ew. This kind of looks like a jerk-off hole, you know? Beanbag chair. Oh, I saw that before. It's cool to be able to look through the files of the game in a way. It's a very murderous room. An unfortunate angel eyes. Oh, this is BJ! This is BJ! We heard from BJ. Oh, we really should have played this probably in like the order that the rooms were displayed. maybe I should. Jackson Ramos. Something looks to be missing from the board. Oh, is it oh. Shut the fuck up. Oh, wait, okay, we have to find a piece of paper. Who? Oh, okay. Pen. Bucket of stuff? Or... I don't think the napkin has anything to do with it, but I can drag it out. Okay, no. This is cool, though. Nerd, the truth is out there. Fangirl, yes, I'm a girl. I got super quiet because this one doesn't. What's up with the Q and the R? Oh, it's how you go back and forth between like this. And then if you click R, it takes you back. So it's like a forward and back. Okay. Sexy girl. This user has been banned. I'm curious. Any of these have anything? Oh wait. Yeah, they changed. Okay. I have to say this is an unpredictable low even for you. Did you really warrant an entire thread? It isn't even related to cryptids in any way, shape, or form. Whoa, man, I didn't. Oh, we're insectoids. Okay. Well, man, I wouldn't be so sure. Should have seen this chick I had sounding like a banshee, real ghoulish. Whatever green pastures you have been engaging with, you have clearly clouded your judgment of what should be kept on or offline. You are the very thing I loathe about this forum. Reported again. Damn. I have put up 2 major updates to the Spiderface blog. Maps are now organized into a timeline spread where we can directly reference the relevant news and photos evidence to come out around the same time for context. Case files are now separate from the victim's profile. This allows us to separate police conspiracy and investigation observation from modus operandi and psychological theories. Spiderface, a man or a monster? Anyone else here? Matt did a bit of sprinkling. I figured it's about time we start a new thread. The old one has been getting far too flooded with these new fanatics. We all know that the video was faked. Null, a reputable user with the years of history. Most of Spider-Man are coming from him. Debunked last month. Movement suggests it's not a human. No man can bend like that. And according to the witness we have, its size is smaller than an average person. General observation. Spotted often after dark and moves easily in the shadows. Inclined to believe the creature is nocturnal. Has the ability to climb any surface with ease, including walls and ceilings. Body count unknown. Victims are estimated to be in the hundreds, if not more. Cases are found scattered across the country. Nomadic. Nothing that ties it to an identity. No usable DNA. No name. No face. If it weren't for the notes, well, you would think it's nothing more than a wild animal, something in between the general consensus. Okay. And then sexy girl we can't click because they don't exist. And then this one. Urban Crawl. Seen posts here claiming the spider is strictly found in the wilderness and thought I'd share some recent city sightings. Just because something doesn't feel explicitly obvious doesn't mean you should cross it out entirely. Maybe he wants you to think that he's a ground level threat. Maybe you don't know the full story. Quit closing the door to things you don't understand. It's not getting us any closer. Nosebleed. Please tell me where you found this. Your posts are the best. Never stop, please. This is so weird. So, oh my god, I found the most coolest letter ever. Squee. I wish he talked about me like this. God, he's so cute. If I ever saw a Spidey face, I would womp it. This reminds me of like old creepypasta Reddits. Rip to Mr. Maxwell Garrison. But it's so cool how Spidey face pulled out his guts like that. Me next. Yeah, it's crazy. Spidey face take his, you know, the super mega extra nosebleed to death. By the way, even Insectwood says so I'm not just scared. Okay, and then this is me. This is my original homepage. So now we go back to Senior Seymour because he had this. Any updates coming soon? Boy, answer my PM, please. Ricky wears a thong. Okay. Unification of Perosia. Has anyone heard of a group called the Unification of Perosia? Message me if you know anything about what I'm talking about. Might be some section of Catholicism I haven't heard before. Maybe just a pyramid scheme. But so far I can't find any trace of it lying. Can't tell if it's something. Can't tell if something has been scrubbed or not. Could be nothing. Could be everything. My PMs are open. You virus. Anyone living around the East Coast noticing family members, friends, co-workers? Anyone acting off? Do you feel yourself acting off? Can you not make noises over there? Thank you. There's a lot to come through with the latest leak I shared. I'm just going to take a moment and note something that has been standing out to me with the specific case. Abdomen ripped open, guts everywhere, left hand cut off halfway through the forearm. All things we know he is capable of. The problem, the hand was found right next to the body. Nothing else was taken from the scene. His own souvenir was left behind, and the scene's coordinates stray entirely off the path I have tracked for the past few months. Was he in a rush interrupted, heading somewhere else? Uncharacterized loss of interest, and an update on the map will be coming soon. Cool. Okay, Ricky, where's the thong? Is it Ricky? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? What is the unification of Perugia? Okay, I don't. Body report from the scene of crime, Department Alvarez and NYPD. Adult female between the ages of 18 to 25, dark hair. That's a big age gap, in my opinion. Adult female between the ages of 18 to 25, dark hair, brunette with a pale complexion, found deceased at the scene. The body was discovered suspended vertically against the wall, east from the entrance, with her arms held above her head in a 135-degree angle. From her body, feet off the ground. The 2 industrial steel nails spiked were driven through the center of her palms. Fingernails on every digit were painted with a black varnish. Chipped, straight incision were found encircling the center of both forearms. Skin from the arms, face, and upper body was hanging from the body's waist, exposing the body's musculature. Okay. Noted. Oh, I see. To do, find 5 names to connect the body. Rhino post claims Maxwell's guts was ripped out. Locked, needs passed. Police file, brunette woman nailed to skinned up waist. Okay. Okay, I'm not reading that. Whoa, this changed. That changed. Why did that change? So do you find... So... No postman with guts, hand split severed. See one of the destroyed rooms for the first time? Oh. Oh wait, what the fuck? Are the rooms also changing to... Oh, the rooms are also... Oh my god! What's that? What that? Oh, whoa, a typewriter? Oh god, reputable source, no, recently discovered a vulnerability in the servers utilized by federal homicide detectives. Alleged photographs of unreported crimes, seeds uncovered with the leak. Like spider face from the median. Woman sawed shoulder head trauma. Okay. I didn't know the rooms changed. The saw blade woman identifies brunette, female card, Catherine Reed's hair too short. Patricia Kennedy, Shannon Barnett, can't be her, got nailed to a wall. Shannon Barnett. Okay. Okay, so senior. Oh my god. 3 little pigs who blank. D-Gamer Aries, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, gamers? How is it going? Aries and Sleepy Chai here for the evening glass of milk. Aries and Sleepy Chai here for the evening glass of milk. Welcome on in. How is Cyberpunk 2077? Thank you so much for joining us here today. If those of you who are new here, hi, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am known as the Whiplash of VTubers, so fuck around and find out. Currently, we are playing the Steam Next Fest games. I kind of got hooked on this horror one, where you go through different rooms and you try to solve puzzles, because I love puzzles. But I hope you had a great stream. Please tell us about it. Tell us if you had a good time. Otherwise, I hope you settle in and have some fun in the spooky game while I try to read. Who is the big bad wolf? Okay, so it looks like when we solve wolf pigs. Hi, I'm new. Cyber 77 was and is enjoyable, just blasting and hacking. Understandable. Did you hear they're coming out with a second one? I heard they're coming out with a second one, which is very interesting. Stupid. Damn, that's mean. That's mean. Okay, that's interesting. So when we solve a room. Okay. So this is rhinos. Did we finish nulls? Insect was this our room. This is Anne's room. She has a note. Do I want to do this one first? I guess so. Her heart was forced into her mouth. Her heart. already stabbed and broken, yet he still couldn't stop himself. Her heart died on that chair alongside him. Dang, that's crazy. So number 2, yeah, in like 5 years, Lil's not gonna hold my nut. No, that's so valid. I hope they do a lot of, because I know there was a lot of like development stuff in the first one that they didn't want to do. But I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Is it your first time playing through, or like are you like playing it for another another bout, or a second playthrough? Sweet Emily, I remember the first time I met you. I was 5, you were 3, and I felt like you were the biggest kid in the world. I was the biggest kid in the world next to you. I wanted to hold you, but you were already such a chubby little baby that your parents were worried my arms wouldn't hold you up, so they made me sit on the couch and put you on my lap. You were so much heavier than my dolls, but I knew I already loved you more. I knew we would be just like sisters. We spent all weekends together after that every summer. I remember waking up on Sunday mornings to smell pancakes and rushing downstairs to see you already sitting down and babbling to your nana about the wild dream you had. I always suspected that you made them up on the spot, or when you denied it. You were never really a good liar, but I let you get away with it. Kind of rushing the vanilla to get to the end so I can mod it and enjoy it slower. That's valid. My significant other also mods it for like some quality of life. Oh god no, I have played it a ton on Xbox and now on PC. Fuck yeah, I like to play games vanilla first then mod. That makes sense. That makes sense. Have you played like the latest DLCs, like the Phantom Liberty DLC and stuff? What did you think of that? I haven't finished the game, but I heard they're really good. Oh shit. Oh, I didn't finish reading that. Oh man. Okay, well, it was Emily. I really wanted to read that whole thing. Okay. Oh yeah, finished at the previous year. It's a great one. One path is nice, others a bit dark. Understandable. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Jack has pretty head to keep. Oh, I remember this. I'm looking at Billy's room. Cry, bitch. This one also has a saw blade. Whack 'em! I like it. It's got a whack 'em. This one doesn't look like it has a lot to it, other than she's just a fan of Spider Face, I guess. Insect Whiz. So now I gotta go. Not that one. I think it's here. And then null. Stripped skin. Ripped muscle. Yeah, I read it. But I started late, so now I got 60 minutes to eat dinner before bed and working in the morning. You know how it is. Apologies for raid and run, but my lurkers will keep you company with me. No problem! Have a wonderful dinner, and I hope you sleep well. I'm sorry if it's a little bit of a rush, but I hope you have wonderful, wonderful rest and sleep and just a good time overall. Okay, so now this is our room. We found the final paper. But thank you so much for the raid. We love you lots. What the fuck? Jackson Ramos. All I know is that Billy should be the key, but I hate having to find the ways to hide something. It ends up being feeling unnerving that we're forcing some gameplay element where it doesn't belong. It stops being forced once it clicks into place and anything can click into it. Made it sound so ominous. Hi Zoe! How does it make then damn sense if it clicks into places only because you're forced to? Anyways, I don't think it will seem forced. Tape. Password. Tape. What the fuck? Has 21 characters. Try baby letters. Wait, translation password. Oh, 21 characters, try baby letter. Unification of who? Stupid made up name. Shut up. I'm now wondering if we should stick to finding it with Billy instead, so the players would have to go to the back and forth between two. You know, circle back. Parasite. Everybody's a parasite now, huh? Okay, I think we gotta go here. No. Here? No. Here? Here? No. No, we gotta go to Froggy's, right? Where was that? Frog's World. No. This one. No. This one, and this one, and then this one. And then pass. Okay, wait, what was the note that we have? Oh, unification is stupid made-up name. Oh, it's the... Oh, what the fuck was it called? Unification of Perosia? Perosia, is that it? Perosia? Wait, what the fuck? P-A-R-O-U-S... P-A-R-O-U-C-A. P-A-R-O-U-S. Wait, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, it's the unification of Paris, yeah. Unification of Perosia? Oh. Okay, unification of Perosia. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I need to like am I spelling it wrong? Unification of P-A-R-O-U-S-I-A. O-U-S-I-A. What? Hi, condemned. What? What? Was I wrong? Tape Ricky's journal for full name. Try baby letters. Oh, it's try baby letters? Unification of Perosia. Yippee! Go for it. Yeah, it was all lowercase because the baby letters. Now that I got your attention, sorry if it's you, Ricky. In any case, in case any of you happen to find this page, no, I'm so fucking sorry. I'll try until my very last breath for all of you. Beyond that, even you didn't deserve this, and I should have done more to get us away. I'm gonna do a roll perception. I don't have a dice. Hold on. Roll d20. I got a 9. Sorry, you didn't deserve this. I should have done more to get us away. If we happen to make it out of this, things will be different, better, and if not, well, I loved the time we spent as friends, each and every one of you. I love you all. Check my other accounts, but most importantly, take care of my laptop. Not only is she a total beaut, but years of notes and are gonna just collect dust without anyone to access the files, so might as well use them. Who knows, it could help bring out some lost memories. I have feelings whoever remains might make more sense of them than I did. So this is all for you, my last mate. Dick and balls 69. Peace out, dude. Nice. There's a rat. Can I talk to it? Oh shit, what the fuck? Heart. There, DMD. Thank you. Stabbed heart. Cool. It was stabbed heart. So these were like all friends. They were all friends, it looks like. What do I do with a stabbed heart? There's not. Okay, well I think I got everything. Damn. Oh, my beanbag chair, man. Fuck. Alright, now what? Now what are we doing? To do, find. No, found enshrined for sweet Emily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wonder what we're supposed to do with a stabbed heart. Oh shit, what the fuck? Their room got fucked up too now. Oh, their Wacom is broken! No! Not their Wacom. Their Wacom. The smell... The smell sick. The smell. Okay, so I'm getting the smell sickens me or something. Damn, I wish I read the whole thing of that. Okay, didn't I solve it? What am I supposed to do now? Iron Maiden? Squish me? Am I supposed to combine stuff? Find and connect the 5 names to the body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Find. Connect. Am I supposed to, like... It's a gut ripped out. Lock, need password. We did this one. Maybe I need to put the heart on the chair or something? Or heart on the hook? Heart on the hook? Heart on the hook? No. Okay. Did I forget something in here? Oh, I turned my light off. Little pig, stupid bitch. Play, play, play. Do you want a heart? Would you like a heart? Here you go. No? Okay. Whack-em. Whack-em. Has that something to do with the whack-em? No, nothing to do with the whack-em? What about these fan arts? Look at his little butt. He's just naked. Okay, what about this one? Do you want a heart? Would you like a heart, little chair? Aha! Is that... what'd that do? Oh, good God! Okay, these are the 5 victims. Yikes. Yikes. Huh? Oh. Oh. Is there someone else? There's only 1, 2, 3, 4 victims here?
Who am I?
Hello? Oh, I'm supposed to take my notes, aren't I? Maxwell had his guts ripped out. This guy had his guts ripped out. So you are Maxwell. There you go. Oh, he was dorking it. The guy looked like he was dorking it. Man with guts. This one's our hand. Hand severed. Is this the one with the hand that's severed? Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you Shannon? Gabriella then. And then you are Emily? No, Shannon. Oh, good God damn it! Corpse! Ah! What's happening? What's happening? Hello? Oh, you're Gabriella Hoffman. Hi, Gabriella. Or Emily, sorry. Oh, incorrect name input. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. The laptop's broken. Yay! We did Insect Wiz's room. I wanna do the last one. Wait, warning. Okay, we did Mikey, we did Spider-Face. I don't know if I want to do. I'm gonna do some Minecraft. Love you, wife. Enjoy the spooky. Thank you. Enjoy Minecraft. Billy. We did Billy. Ophelia. We didn't do Ophelia yet. We did Anita and we did Meaty. I really think I'm probably not gonna do Fiona's, unfortunately, because I have tryptophobia. So we're just gonna do
this next topic.
The last one. I guess we're just gonna shut the fuck up. I guess we'll just do, because we couldn't open kitties. But after heavy blank, at times only hate is left behind. A bitterness born out of the heart-wrenching injustice fate brings upon. Okay. Okay, it's time to do Ophelia's. Man, I wish I could do Fiona's, but I can't. I like her name. I like that she's playing. Oh, Garfield! Cats. This is the most normal looking room I think I've seen so far. Snake. What's this? Can't wait for this to great. Neighborhoods. Alpharetta, the memory of Dad still lingers, but it's hard to imagine leaving him behind. Strong and diverse community, lovely atmosphere. Decouter. Good education, opportunity, safe, active. Athens, great university lifestyle, but not my favorite. Lovely, safe, perfect for a child to grow in. Great coffee shop. Safe and happy. I'm good at compressed and low quality. Ophelia Fonsmont. Oh, bad. Oh, good lord, okay. Ophelia, this Monday marks the anniversary of our relationship. And I trust you remember the importance of discretion, keep personal and professional matters separate. We have a lot of work to do. Who the fuck are you, bro? Welcome to the McGuire. Have either of you added the cat bobblehead to your folio? You mean McGuire? Yeah, whatever his name is. Okay, I don't really care. Happy to have you. Cool. Ophelia, I'm deeply concerned and frankly disappointed that you didn't update me on your whereabouts this past Sunday. You know I expected you to keep me informed, and a lack of communication is trouble. I waited for your reply all day and the silence was unbearable. I need to know where you are and why you wouldn't take a moment to let me know of your plans. I won't. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You suck. Weekend trip. Evil, I hate reading these, even though ones I wrote, or... I have arranged a weekend retreat for a chance to unwind and excuse for your presence is mandatory. We leave Friday evening. Ew, if someone talked to me like this, I would fucking block them and move. Feel like your latest draft is riddled with errors. This level of incompetence is on. I expect to provide version on my desk tomorrow morning. So shut the fuck up, bro. Tomorrow's meeting with the board is crucial. I need you to fully prepared. Mistakes will perfection and poorly. I'll shoot you from the console. Yeah, what an ass. Okay, maybe not that one. Archive. Launch plans. The thought of our conversation still lingers in my mind. Your intellect and charm are intoxicating. How about we continue where we left off over lunch tomorrow? There's a quaint little bistro. Oh, so like, did I archive the ones where he's flirting with me? Present is a constant source of inspiration that I felt I simply can't let go of. With that said, I would love to see you tonight. Perhaps we can share a bottle of wine that I mentioned and see if you can remember the name. Fucking okay. I can't seem to focus on thought of work with thoughts of you kind of interrupting my mind. How about we take a break and meet for coffee today? You're coming to brighten my day, asshole. Asshole. Click
Your system is critically damaged by 4 viruses.
Freeinternet.com. You can get hey offie. It's been a while since we heard from you and we're starting to get worried. Did you change your email? Delilah. My mom's name is Delilah, I think. Sorry if Tessa said hurt you, but you know how shut the fuck up. You know how he is. She's worried. We all are. We barely know that man, and already it feels like he's trying to take you away. We just want you to be safe. I'm sorry if you feel like we don't support you. I didn't even know if you'll ever read this. I have a bad feeling that you won't, and I hope it's not true. Did you give him access to your safe? Maybe I did. You're hot. Hey, handsome. Okay. Seeking. Hi there. My name is Dr. I'm a time traveler. Thank you for me, and I need cool, hot lady or gent in the future. Okay. Happy birthday, Ophia. I wish I could celebrate you. We all miss you so much. No, please let me know if I got you a gift. Ooh, did I get a birthday gift? Shut the fuck up. 20497. So my birthday is February 4th. We're also happy, we're also so happy we finally got to see you guys. Because Mina really wanted you here for the digital review. I wish we could meet this mystery man of yours. Stop it. Maybe that would help me change my mind. Not for now. I'm glad he didn't interrupt the moment. Sometimes family has to come first. Love you. Love you. I can't read Spanish. Thank you for your purchase. Mom to be. I'm gonna be a mom. Y2K is about to hit. Mom's article. Hey, Offie. How are you? I've been thinking about you, lady. Mom was just bringing up the. Oh my god. We ended up watching some childhood videos, and I ended up staying over for the weekend. I had been missing her cooking. Have you noticed nothing tastes that good when you make it yourself? Speaking of Mom, I hope you had the chance to read her article at the news institute. Proud of it, and it's a beautiful tribute to Dad's community. Soon. Talking fish. Okay, so my mom's name is Delilah. Delilah with no H. Cool. December. It's December. Look at that kitty cat. It's my birthday. That's my birthday. Motivating posters. There's no cups to drink water with. Go away. Okay, so I'm pregnant ma. I am a mother. I'm a mother. What's your mother's maiden name? Delilah? That was incorrect. What's your mother's maiden name? Oh boy. I shouldn't have clicked that spam, huh? Flower? Is it flower? The lily flower? Is it flower? Is it... What is my name? What's my name? Font not? Font not? I thought maiden name was your name last name before. Yeah, it is. That's why I'm like, is her name anywhere in here? I don't think. Maybe there's like a fax thing? What's my mom's name? Go the fuck away. No. Wait, that doesn't do anything. Ew, 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 ew. Oh my god, so sorry that I clicked that. God damn. Meow. Oh shit. Remembering Theodore Font. Oh, Henrietta Brooks. Brooks. It's Brooks. When my husband Theodore unexpectedly passed away, I felt a sudden understanding the world's shift beneath me. I felt as though I would never find my footing again. Okay. There was father legacies within Theodore's passing, left us with a void that's deeply felt. Okay. Oh wait, good gosh. I like the cat. And that cat, it's like my cat. Actually, that looks a lot like my cat. What is the name of your favorite character? McGuire, I think it is. Maguire. I like the typing noises. What is your hometown? It is, go away. Alpharetta. This actually really looks like my cat. She also has like the half and the nose white. Alpharetta. What is your anniversary? Oh god, jeez. About Saturday. Isn't a reminder to this Monday marks the anniversary. This Monday. 2/08/97. 2/08. 97. So the 10th? 0 to 10? Yes. No. What is your best friend's name? Bro, I don't know. Happy birthday, Jasmina. Jasmina. Dial-up noises. Yippee. There are more cats in here. Are these the, like, creators' cats? Oh, they're so cute. Oh, wait, I'm looking at cats. I want to stay on the February one. Because it looks like my cat. Oh, we got a fax. Oh, okay. That's what that noise was. Okay. What's up? This is your reckoning, Hog. But
tear the apathy from your eyes.
Okay, this isn't just chainmail, this is your reckoning. Once upon a time, we were alive. We had hopes. Oh, I like this art a lot. Oh no, McGuire's all fucked up.
You overwhelm me.
I don't think I should have clicked that spamware, chat. I clicked it because I thought it'd be funny because it's not my computer, but I think I fucked up. Ooh, this is cool. Ayo, just let go. Oh. A deep and pooling. Did I lose my baby? Did I lose my baby?
Pooling sadness.
I'm sorry. Yo, this art is sick though. Oh no, look, he's all fucked up.
Rage. Rage. Hatred.
Understandable. Oh, my water's gone weird. Ew! Get out of here. It's fake? The door's fake? Alright, why is it fake? Ew, stop. That's gross. Wait. Oh. Ooh, Mama Bird, Our Place, July 23rd. July 23rd, Dream Home. Close some of these, huh? Save mail. Oh, this is what I was looking at. Yay, fun. Snake lunch. July 23rd keeps going up. Nice neighborhoods. Is something changing? Is something changing here? Is it the same? Is there something on the recycle bin? Loss of parents. These all look the same to me. Why do we have more? Why do they keep... Whoa, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that noise? Can't open this one. I love... July 23rd. Am I supposed to look at the... This one? This one? What happened July 23rd? Did I lose my baby? What's happening? Can I restore? Am I supposed to open all of them? I felt like one of those were different. Wait, which one was different? Oh, it was the Our Place one. Yeah, because I clicked Our Place instead. Mama Bird. Anything else? Well, let's see what's in this one. Okay. I'm not supposed to open all of them. Which email opens on the computer? Ooh, good question. Tomorrow's meeting with the board is crucial. I need you to be fully prepared and present. Any mistakes will reflect poorly on you, and I will not shield you from consequence. It is the same. It's the same as... Nope. This one. Tomorrow's meeting. Hold on. Boop. Alright. Yeah. I back. Welcome back. I saw the comm. I love it. How much was that comm? Actually, how much was that comm? I gotta do a NSFW comm. It's fake. But this one, is it fake? I'm looking through artists for that stuff, so. Cat. Am I missing something? I delete it. Oops, sorry. This task can't be undone. Forward to 10 people in the next 5 minutes. Forward what? I'm confused. Thanks. It was an auction. Oh, damn. Fuck. Oh, is it on one of those, like, the YCH websites? I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. Ophelia. What? They're gonna get their socials if they have them. I'll try and link you guys. Thank you. Why can't I play Snake Lunch? This one? What am I supposed to do? Just let go. What am I doing? Check the trash, maybe? That doesn't have anything in it. Like on the computer? Oh. The recycle bin. Did it give us stuff? Gave loss of a parent. My painting. Summer in Fiji. Favorites? Yeah, every time I like click on it, it just kind of goes away. Oh wait, am I supposed to delete these? Maybe? Nope. Oh, that's cool. That's how they close it. It doesn't say meow anymore. Okay, it said forward. Maybe there's something I have to... Forward to 10 people next 5 minutes or suffer her fate. Forward what though, bro? Was it the secret? I don't know what I'm supposed to be forwarding. Hello? Hello? Can I open the window? Kitty cats. Kitty cats. I like that. July 23rd. Oh wait, am I supposed to... Am I supposed to go to July 23rd? Oh. be there anymore. Just hanging. Oh God, Jesus Christ! Stop it! Stop it! Hang in there. Oh, there was Emily. I can't get it off my face. Can I send it to people? Facts. Ew! Ew! It moved. Okay, be honest. BB girl needs some speech therapy classes. I don't. I could have answered that. I answered that in my brain, like, before you got to the done with the first sentence. Hey, did you see the new video? We haven't gotten anything like this. Holy shit, what did you do? This is your reckoning? What is this? Corpse husband? Huh? I break it? Whoa? Oops. Oh my god. Spooky! Okay, I think what happened, when she was pregnant, she was with the guy, and she fucked up the thing because he was being a dick, and then he drowned her. So she drowned. She drowned. Because her thing was drownedophilia. Okay, we did it. We did everything. The only one we didn't do was Fiona, but I can't risk it for the biscuit, so. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, guys. Oh, quit. Poggies. That was cool. That's cool. I spent a good bit of time on that one. That was cool. Now we're going to something wholesome. Roach Post. So, a complete 180 from what we were doing earlier. I don't think we have any other scary games, though. Play. Okay. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Level 1 type of event. Level 1 hard package. Level 1. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to do here. Whoa. Okay, maybe he doesn't want this one? I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I supposed to fit all these in here? I actually don't know what I'm doing. What is happening? What am I doing? Wait, menu? Tutorial. Oh, okay. Welcome to Roach Buzz. Here we place stamps and teleport packages. To select a set of stamps, press play. Earn points and send packages. Earn points to send the package. To do that, place stamps. Okay. Okay. If there is only one color, power equal palette. 2 times 1 equal 2 points. Okay. Cool. Okay. It's like Tetris, but with stamps. I'm down for this. Ooh, this one's gonna be too big to fit there. Congrats on your virtual load. Let's move on to the increase, and they're all connected. Start by placing a red stamp. Okay, red stamp. And then now place a stamp of another color. Pay attention to the arrows. They light up to show the color relations. Green means synergy, red means conflict. Okay, so this one can go here. So, okay. Wait, isn't that what I not wanted to do? This is a lot. This one. This one. Okay, where can the yellow go? The yellow can go here. The blue can go here. Here are the remaining colors. Each color has a synergy and conflicts with two others. The purple stamp conflicts with red. This is a blue stamp. This is a blue stamp, my guy. Oh. Click on the Discord. Oh, you're all set. Earn point. Dude, I'm still fucking confused. But okay. Oh, that gives -2. +2. This one. This one. This one. Can yellow go in here? Go here. So I just have to keep placing the stamps until they're good. This is kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is a cute game. It's a cute, like, numbers game. But my brain goes, because it's a lot of math. I ain't no math whiz. Two. We'll put this one here. Can green go next to red? Green can go next to red. I'll be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, and thank you for helping me with the horror game. I hope you have a great victory. Okay. I'm kind of over this. I need a different emoji. I need to fix my sound alerts too. Why are my sound alerts broken? What is sound alert set up? Count settings? Cool Cameron 64, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And I hope you have your great time at the Milk Club. I'm just trying to see what's wrong. Oh. With my thing. Just chilling, understandable. Okay, now is it better? I'm back, my love. Welcome back. Welcome back. Home? Create a new browser and marketing. Okay. Do I have to make a new one? Oh, my brain, please. Browser source. Copy. Paste. Okay. Okay. Now it should be everything. Okay. That was weird. I guess I just had to make a new one. Which is kind of annoying, but it's whatever. Go down here. Rename, copy, delete, yes. Rename. Go lurk and watch vids. I don't feel too good. No problem. Please rest well. We love you. Words. My head is very spinning. Oh, please, yes, get rest. Go watch videos. We'll be here playing games. Alrighty, now that's fixed. Good lord. Alright. Alright, oh, box. Emoji. Pack it on up, because we don't think it's that cool. Soggy beans. Alright, soggy beans is next. Soggy beans, play. Soggy beans, soggy beans, soggy beans. Cool. Rap mode. Ooh, they use Fmod. That's cool. A lot of games use Fmod for sound integration. I'm sorry, thank you for joining us for the early game. We're excited to show into the game Soggy Beans with you and enjoy the lovely feedback. Hagen? Play. Oh, what am I doing? Hello, Malcolm. That's a little guy. Hello, Malcolm. Nickname Num. Photos taken. I can take a photo of him. Boop. Keep. I want like a smaller picture of him. Yeah, okay. Alright, and if I click on Malcolm, now he has a picture. Yeah. Oh, and then the beans come out. Look at all the beans. Hi, Malcolm. This is so cute. Where are the beans going? Bye, beans! Well, now we have beans. What can we use the beans with? We use the beans on something? Oh, we can buy stuff with the beans. 5 beans? I want that. Alright, how do we use it? Oh. Oh. Can I use my... I just gotta do thing. This thing. Oh, it's just like a little bottle. It's just a little bottle. Ooh, I want more of these big ones. Boop. Oh, okay. This is cute. That's cute. Malcolm, I need you to give me more beans, bro. How many beans we got? How many beans? I don't know how many beans we have. More info game. I have 7 beans. It tells you. You have 7 beans. I have 7 beans. Free? Oh, these are free. Whoa. All these are free? What is this? Okay. I got 7 beans. We got 7 beans, chat. I like whatever this is. Oh, puffer fish! Chester! Okay, I gotta take a picture of Chester. Bloop. Keep. Bloop. And now we have Chester. And he's cute. He's adorable. Oh, and then we bought a thing, right? So it's like in here, and then... Oh, yeah, this thing. You're like, oh, bag of little things of those, and little things of these. I don't know what they do. Is that a jelly bean? Is there a jelly bean in that bubble? I want it. Can I have it? I want that bean. Give me that bean. What do these things do? They don't really do anything. It's kind of cute, but it... I think it's like you put it on the other screen. It's still a cute game. I just kind of bored. Kind of bored. I'm cute though. Chester. He brings in the sparkly beans. Can you flick this, my guy? Can you flick this so I can have... Oh, you're really close to flicking it though. All right, so this is more of an idle game. That's cute. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Not my type of game, or okay. An okay button. I don't like that one. Let's do this one. Alright, next is Cast and Chill. Cast and Chill. Play. Ooh. What if I want to change what I look like? I just have to be random. Alright, I'll be a white guy with a lab. You're my dog! You're my dog! I love you, dog. Let's go swimming, dog. I'm gonna fish here. Oh, I love the reflections of this caster line. Going fishing. New species discovered. Ooh. Look at all these fish. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it does the whole thing? Oh, I didn't want to do that. I just gotta wait. Let's go wait. Look at the little... Oh, there's a bass. Ooh, come here, Mr. Bass. Come here, Mr. Oh, shit, alright. I reeled them all in. I got the fish. A threadfin shad. Give me another. Give me that bass. I want that bass. Club Penguin and good dog vibes. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Give me that bass. I want that bass. Oh. He nipped at it. Oh, they nipped at it. Oh, please. Come on. Come on. They're nipping at it. They're teasing me. I want that bass. Fuck. Wanted that bass. Alright, what if I, like, do it a little closer? Yeah. Come here, little bass. Come here. Oh, god damn it. You know, I watched a new show last night called Ginny and Georgia. I'm really liking it. Because I couldn't sleep, so I was like... you know, I'll do something. And so we need to go back? I presume so. I watched a few episodes of it. I watched like the first 4 episodes. I quite like it. Gotta go back. I think we're capped on fish. I think we gotta go sell our fish. Isn't that right, Fido? Look at it, it's so cute. Okay. Yeah. Oh, hello, sir! I want this one. Can I have... okay. Okay, I want this one. I have perfectly $15. Strength, line length. Ooh, line length might be good. Fish storage. A license! Grabbing a fishing license lets you unlock new waters and fish because of best lure. Oh. Ooh, my goodness. I want this fish storage. Yeah, can we upgrade? Can I have anything else for 5? 5? Won't give me anything else for 5, sir? No? Alright. Alright, let me go back out there then. Oh, this is cute. I like this. This is nice. This is nice. This I can get along with. Yeah. Yeah, why don't we stop here? You know, I just wanna fish. Look at my doggy. Oh, what are these? No, those are bass. These are bass, yeah? Come on. Come on, nip at it. Nip at it. I got some goo. I got some good worms. I went worm grunting this morning. Oh, god damn it. These thread fins are gonna be the death of me, chat. Come get it. Come get it. Come get it. I should have, like, launched it here, I think. Let me do that. Oh, are they going the other way? Oh, come back. Oh, no, you son of a bitch. You went the other way. Oh, that went so much farther than I wanted it to. Alright, come get it. 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 Oh. 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 Come on. Come on. You know you want some. Ooh. Ooh. Don't. Don't. I don't want the tiny ones. Ooh. God damn it. Can I not throw them back? Can I not throw some of them back? Come here. Come here. Come here, fishy. Come here, fishy. You know, oh fuck. I wonder if it's for the bass, if I'm supposed to hook it right as they nip it. I just leave that one there. Alright, whatever. Can I throw them back? I don't want to throw it back. This is actually kind of fun. Actually, I was talking to Pixels about it the other day. I love fishing in real life, but I don't really like fishing in games because it doesn't feel the same as in real life. But this is kind of fun. Get the anticipation of it all. Alright, I'm gonna try my idea with the next one that nips it. Come on. Come on. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Come on. Oh fuck. It didn't work. Because in fishing, when you feel it nip, you're supposed to yank it back. But I don't know if that's how it works in this game. Come on. Come on. Yeah! Yeah! We got him. We got a smallmouth bass, chat. Go on back. Let's go on back. Let's see how much we get for this bass. Alright. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. 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 I'd like to get line strength. Line length. Oh, I have just enough for line length. Alright. Going back out. Let's go out, puppy. Honestly, we could just fish, like, right here. But I think the bass ain't as good in here. Alright, let's stop here. Yeah, now my line goes down further. Here, come here, little fishy. Come here, little fishy, fishy. Oh, oh. Oh. I don't know if this changes anything, but come here, little fishy. Come here, little smallmouth bass. That's right, I want you for dinner. Oh, shit. Mew, are you against me fishing? I'm trying to fix overpopulation of the fish, I promise. Or do you not care because they're not ocean critters? Not much of an ocean fisher. Never been ocean fishing. Oh, you son of a bitch. Take it. Take the bait. Take the bait. Take the fuck. Come on. Come on. Oh. Oh, come on. Real patient game. Just like real fishing. Ooh, son of a bitch. Ooh, I don't know if that's how that worked. I did click it when I got it, though. Pat the dog. Pat that dog. What the dog doing? Come here, little fishy. Come here, little fishy. Come here, little fisher. Well, that's a big one. Look at that one. That one right there, that's a big one. Wait, can I get that guy? I want that guy. Alright, anchor. And cast him out. See if I can get that big one. Oh, Oh, what the fuck? Where'd he go? Ah, where'd he go? Alright. Let's go back to the bass. Alright, little fish. I wonder if the time of day would change. It kind of feels like it's changing from like nighttime or like early morning to kind of just morning. Oh, got another bass. Got another bass, Fido. Let's go out more. I don't like more. I want to see more of what this lake has to offer us. Ooh, are those reeds? I want a bass in the reeds. I don't know if like this game goes by those mechanics, but that's how it works in real life. Is that bass like to stick in reeds because they can hide easy. There are no fish over here. Take these fish though. I wonder how many fish I have. I wish you could just like check. Come here, little fish. Come here, little fish. Ooh. Nice. Alright. I wish we could get like, bait. Let's go. Where's the arrow keys? Actually, do they do anything? 1 minute idle mode. Fixing FPS in a minute. Oh, okay. I think it is. It's just a like a point and click kind of thing. Hi there, Buccaneer. Jumping in. They are. They are. I don't have the line. Line is 25 again. That's for smallmouth bass. Okay. Oh, this is where we are. It's another gold fork. This is the full version. Get license coming soon. Full version, full version. So the demo is just here. Oh. Yeah. Let's go. This is cute. I like this game. Go a little further. It's nighttime again, though. Look at that. You see the moon? When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Wait, no, come back. How do we change the lure? Not this one. We'll go. Nah. Alright. Oh, look, the little pixels change! I have a little bass now. Ooh, and we get to go deeper because of lure. Ooh, look at these big ones. Like, these ones are small, but these ones are big. Can I get the bigger ones? Little fish. Little fish? Is this a... I don't know, this would be the same species, just bigger. Do 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 do. Eat my bait. Eat my bait. Look, look, it's swimming like a fish. Swimming like a fish. Look at that. Yeah, you want some. Yeah, look at that. You know you want some of that. Oh fuck. Oh man, that's a big one. Oh, that one at the bottom. That one's a big one, dude. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, there's actually a stop really one. Oh, I didn't know this. Come here, little fishy. Come here, little fishies. It's a really big one down here. I don't want that one, but... Oh yeah, look, there he is. There he is. Oh, look at all the pixels. He's got so many pixels. Come on. Come on. Come on. I like the little fishing noises. It's nice. Yeah, caught him. New biggest catch. Yippee! Okay, we're gonna fish this side because the bigger one's on this side. Yeah, there he is. Look, oh, there he is. I want to catch him. Little fish. Come here. Come here. That's right. That's right. Oh, oh, oh. You know you want it. You know you want it. Yeah, that's right. Oh. Oh, oh, let him go. Let him go. Oh, oh, let him go. Let him go. He's a fighting. He's a fighting. Oh. Nice. I'm actually really digging this game. This game is fun. Come on, biggin. Yeah, it's just grazing you. Graze you. Look at that, he's so big. Oh my god, we caught him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ooh, this one's tough and this one's fighting. This one's fighting us, chat. Oh damn, he went far. Nope, nope, turn around, turn around. Turn around. Oh, fuck. Maybe he'll come back for it. Come on. Oh. That's fine. I feel like I could have had that big one, you know? Come on. Come on. Come on. No, pay attention to it. Yeah, come back. Come back. I know I can catch you. I mean, it didn't break the line. Oh, god dang it. Come back here. Come back. Come on. Oh, you are so close. Oh, don't fight me now. Alright, now I gotta go back. New biggest catch. I really like this. This game is very pretty. Perfect for my attention span because I get to watch the fish. Just like I would in real life, which is nice. Alright, Buccaneer, I'm back. 17, nice. See if we can get... Yeah, let's get my raw straight up there. And let's get more of this. I don't know what that one does, but, I only have 21. There we go. Now we can get plenty of fish, chat. Let's go. Alright, I'll probably do like one more because I really want to catch that big one. And then we'll play a different one. I like this game a lot. Look at that. Look at that. It's so pretty. Alright, I think here is where we stopped last time. Where is he? There you are, you beaut. Come here. I like this, like, the pixelation of the water as well. It's very nice. Come here, baby. Come back. Where did you go? Just leave me? Did it leave me? Don't leave me. You know, some people when they fish, they actually do see fish at this angle. Oh, nope, don't. Just let him be. Just let him be. Just let him fight it. Just let him fight it. Ooh, oh. He could want it again, actually. Oh. Come on. Come on back. Yep, there we go. No, don't fight it. Come on. Yeah, come on back. Fuck. He is much harder than the other ones. Get your ass off of it. Oh my god, I wanted the other one. Come here. Small mouth bath. Only 9 inches, chat. Alright. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yep. That's, oh shit. Come on. Yep. Oh, fuck. I just want this big one so bad. Come on. No, come back. Damn it. Oop. Ooh. Oh, the line's so long. There you are. There you are, and I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna catch you. I'll hang you up on my wall. Boop. Come back. Come on. Oh goddamn! I keep petting the dog. Ooh, fuck. Ooh. Almost got him. Come on. That's right. Yes! I got a big one, boys! Let's go. Alright, let's go. I want to explore this lake some more. Yippee! Alright, let's stop here. This is a pretty place to catch a few more fish. More bass down here. Are these different? Are they different? Oh shit, I'm using it wrong. There we go. There we go. I don't know what these are though. Oh, look at him! I found another big one, chat. Chat. I found another big one. I don't think he's gonna like this lure though. Look at them! A walleye and a lake trout? Oh my god. I want him. What is that guy? What is that guy? What is that guy? Is there a... There was a book. Any of you want some of this? Maybe you big guy? Maybe you big guy? Maybe you want some of this tiny fish? Oh shit. Any of you want a little bite? A little nibble? A little nibble on my line. Come on. I don't know what you are, but you're pretty too. Look at him! Look at that big fishy! Big fishy! Oh, he's fighting. Let him be. Oh, let him be. wanna fight. Woo! Ooh. Yes! I can catch 2 more fish. A walleye! Yeah! Woo! Yeah, it's becoming daytime now. It's cool. Any big fishies want to nibble on my line? I'll take a medium one too. You big Phil. Little fishy, come to me. I want to reel you up. I want to reel you up. Come on. Alright, we'll go back to the bass. I know there would be such a variety of fish here. But I like it. We need 2 more fish, right? So whoa. Wait, that's not a bass. That's the trout, I think. It's little nose flicks. Cute. Come here, little bass. I didn't realize I was too far away for the bass. I thought it was a little bit further out. No, that's right. It's here at the creek. Makes sense. Bloop, 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 bloop. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, come back, come back, come back. It's a lot easier to fish them up when they're above water. Cool. So above water is good time to start reeling them in. Back. Come back. Turn around. Yeah, I got him. No. Yeah, come on back. Yeah, you fucked yourself, son. I figured it out. I figured out how to fish in this game. It's very similar to real life. I really wish there was a yoinking mechanic, though. That'd be cool. I really want to catch catfish, I'm gonna be honest. I'd love to catch some catfish. How much did we get? 55! Let's go, chat. Stealing from a hatchery. I've been fishing, dude. Oh, I don't have enough for the heavy one? So walleye and lake trade. Oh, okay, we got one each. Alright. Rod strength. Yeah, there we go. Alright. I really like this game. I'll probably be playing this game in my free time. This one was great. 10 out of 10. I liked it a lot. It's just a casual game that I feel like I could play brain off, honestly. Another fish game. Surprisingly. I didn't plan it to be another fish game, if I'm honest. It just is. Dear players, welcome to the magical world of Fishtopia. From this moment on, you will be the creator of this aquatic realm. We have specifically unlocked and unactivated for you the Dragon Slumber Sea and its corresponding complete set of 6 as a welcome gift. Hope you like it. Tab. Okay. Ooh, welcome to the shop. Ooh. Glass catfish, yellow box, nibblefish, olive flounder. Wow. Okay, I'd like to make this a big thing though. Here's your inventory where you can view all the detailed stats, skills of your fish. This game is cute. I really wish I could make it bigger though. So tiny. Nutrition card. This game's like okay. There's like a lot of information. Someone who doesn't like to read a lot, you know, the other games. There you go. Yeah. Click to use skill. Pog? 3,060. Yeah, give me more fish. Okay. Whoa, look at all my fishies! Hee, they have little faces when they do stuff. This is cool. It's a bit much information, I think, for... I think it's just like an idle game. So it's cute, but... It's a lot at once, I guess. Alright, one man's trash. One man's trash demo. Alright. This one is a bit different, I think. It's a 3D game. Alright, new game. Alright, daily news. Digital fortune lost in the trash. In a spring cleaning mishap, a local resident mistakenly discarded a hard drive holding 100... Oh. Okay. Desperate bid to buy junkyard falls through. Vendor did to purchase the entire site, everything that you... Oh. That's crazy. Bank account empty. Dollars has finally sealed the ownership. Now broke but determined, the new junkyard owner is free to dig for what could be the score of a lifetime. Cool. It's a cute looking game. Isn't the art style not bad? Oh, this is like, digging a hole. New item, cardboard box. Traffic cone. Oh, my bag is full. What? Okay. Internet, sell all. Ooh, yeah, this is exactly like digging a hole. Junka's on. How much money do I have? $2? $2? Do all of it. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. You know I'm gonna go about this very, very nice. Oh, this is like a blow. What? A propane tank? I realized, like, just now, I probably should be putting on, like, if they have it. Yeah, there you go. Music's kind of bumping in that box. Alright, capacity's full. Sell all. Capacity strength. I got $1 inventory space. I'm gonna do this whole thing in a nice, neat way until my patience runs out. I got plenty of room for stuff. What is this? Oh. Just sucking up trash. Lamps, inventory space, capacity. We're D&D. No D&D today. Lady M don't feel good. Lady M don't feel good, so there's no D&D today, unfortunately. We'll play next week. Is what he said. No, we'll play next week. So I'm just playing a bunch of Steam Next Fest demos, which is really fun because it supports a lot of indie devs. And I'm gonna make YouTube videos about it, or TikTok videos about it. Well, it's the same diff, I guess. Actually, I forgot to do the YouTube today, I think. Give me all this. Hi, Mashy. How are you? How you doing, love? Sucking. Give me all this. It's full. Oh my god, it overheats. Oh my god, what the fuck? Capacity, I guess. Rope. I don't know what that rope does. I'm guessing that rope is to help us get back out once we start getting deeper. Oh yeah, look at that. There's like a hole. I don't want to fuck myself with this. I'm doing this in a nice, neat fashion. I understand that this game is just like a game about digging a hole, but still. I wonder how far it'll let me go, considering that this is a demo, you know? It's a very similar premise to a game about digging a hole, to be honest. Wish I had more AoE, you know, you can upgrade the AoE, the head of it. Sucking up all this trash. Oh shit. Sell all. Upgrade the strength. And keep upgrading the strength. I want to suck more and I want to suck faster. Hi, Moira. Dragon Shelter has a demo and it's super cute. Okay. I will add it to my list, and if I have time, I shall get to it. Otherwise, if you stream playing it, I'll just watch you play it. Suck 'em on up. Suck 'em on up. This game really wants you to just dig a hole straight down. I don't wanna. Little box. I should start from a little bit higher, huh? Oh shit, vacuum's full. I can't afford it. Size. Expands the vacuum suction area. Oh. Oh, maybe I should have read that. Make this hole bigger. It's just trash in here. I don't think they're... Yeah, because this is a landfill, so I don't think it's gonna be precious materials like a thing about digging a hole. The music in here is kind of nice, though. I like going in a circle around this. It's nice. Yeah, and if I go like this, if I just do it like this, you know, then I will be able to just, like, make a, like, I won't need to rescue myself. So the hole will eventually be a bowl shape, you know, and then I don't have to worry about it. Keep on sucking. Actually, I realized I should have put that in the title, huh? Just that I'm playing Steam Fest. playing Steam Next Fest demos. Okay. Okay, I can like suck it all up. That cone. What is this? What the fuck? There's other heads? What the fuck? 5 out of 30? 5 out of 20, 5 out of 25, 5 out of 15. Oh, there's a little collection of all the trash items. That's cute. That's cute. Can I suck these? Oh my god! You can suck up this stuff. Oh, what the fuck? How do I get those? Aha! Range? Oh yeah, let's upgrade the range a few times. Is there anything else I can suck? A lot of different colors. Give me that wagon. Oh, paint tank? Wood boards aren't gonna do it. Traffic cones? Yeah. Okay. Anything else? I don't think so. I'm presuming not. Oh my god. It's awesome. It's a little, yes. This is the literal definition of one man's trash, another man's treasure. Because like, I got excited about a bin full of trash. Now go clean up the edges a bit. I'm gonna clean up the edges a bit. This is like a mound right here, so let's flatten this out. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I wonder if like the whole game is in this though, because like when I watched Uber Haxanova play a game about digging a hole, and honestly, I don't know if it was worth the money. So you're just doing the same thing over and over again with a definite end, and it's not really that thrilling. Like it's fun for it. It's a game you play once, you know. But then again, I don't remember how much it cost. So if it was like, I don't know, like $3, I guess it doesn't really matter. Inventory's full. I don't know what that rope does. Lamps, rope. Interesting. Be a little while till we get our next. So I guess we're just looking for a hard drive. I feel like you could have came here with a metal detector though, you know? Because if it's a hard drive, it's gonna be made out of metal. Ooh, another tire? Don't mind if I do. There we go. And get it all flattened out. I wonder where I'm emptying all this trash, though. I mean, somebody wants it. It'd be a kink thing, I guess. Size. Where's yours? Oh, 150. Okay, so we gotta save up. We gotta save up to upgrade our vacuum. Save up so we can become a level 2 Junkazon people. Have a level 2 Junkazon membership. Whoa, lukewarm coffee. I'm just panics around here. I don't feel fast. save. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot to get 150. But I guess if we're doing the whole damn thing, I guess we're not. Buckle on in, chat. I am determined to clean out this entire junkyard. And you probably put me in the background. But I'm gonna feel pretty damn good when I'm done with this. So honestly, it's really satisfying just to kind of see this morph, I guess. You know, I'm having a good time. Just vibing, playing games. I prepped myself all week for this once I realized that Steam Next Fest was this week. Inventory full. Do capacity. Oh, I said I was gonna save my money. God damn it. Alright, leave this side still high. What's this? Special items sell for 25% more. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's a propane tank. Look at all this loot. I guess in a game where trash is literal currency for you, it is one man's trash. Like, it really submits the one man's trash, another man's treasure kind of mentality. You know, if I think about it, you know what, us spending it on the capacity thing really, you know, comes down to, you know, the fact that, oh, it's an investment for our later selves. It's like, look at all this loot. And we wouldn't have gotten this if our capacity was low. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Suck. And like, honestly, if we just would have went straight down into the hole, we wouldn't have found the coffee or the eBay thing. Or the junk bait thing. I'm gonna uncover more of this dirt. Just flatten this all out. It honestly feels like, in a weird way, I'm like sculpting, like 3D modeling sculpting, but I'm not at the same time. I wonder if anybody's try to make art in this game. Alright, he's full. Alright, 100. We need $100. We're gonna get there eventually. Now over here is kind of tall. Higher than everything else. Painting, that's good money. That's good money. Yeah, I don't think we should have upped the capacity. Because now our backpack is too small for the amount of the dirt that we can stock. Now he's full. Alright, we're getting there. I guess I wonder if I could push the dirt around, actually. So you can like do this. No material in vacuum. Wait, if I suck stuff up. Oh, and then I can oh, that's interesting. So I could rebuild if I wanted to. So I don't have to do all of it. But I'm gonna do all of it anyway, probably. Or most of it at the very least. Level them out. I want a blue vacuum. I don't want this black one anymore. I want a blue one. Hogging it full. Alright, we're getting there. Look at all that. Look at all this trash I'm unearthing. Start making this circle bigger. Kind of smooth it out. There's another hole. Oh my god, what in the fuck knuckles is that? Oh, that's the sidewall. Oh. That's dangerous. Alright. I have to start upgrading my rope. Actually, not unless I keep going in like a spiral. Because I'm kind of going in like a spiral right now. I think that might be the way to go. Just keep spiraling. So this is where we can like mark it off, I think. Oh, I was hoping this was gonna be a bit more punk, I guess. I'm so close. That's what she said. I kind of just want to listen to my own music at this point. If I'm gonna do this for a while, we're gonna listen to our own music. Audio music. Alright, let's listen to our own music. Oh, this song good as though. This song is good though. I wonder if this game came before a game about a whole. I wish that in this game, when you uncovered things enough, like, it would just fall. Because I feel like that cone should fall. I just sucked it, I guess. $5 more. This is definitely like a divorced dad rock kind of thing where you're just like doing this and then listening to Paramore. I feel like I feel like this is a vibe, honestly. Like if you were to do this in life, even not just in a game. All right, keep spiraling it. Suck this corner. Yeah, see, I feel like that cone should fall. Is it time? Yes. Upgrade membership. Pog. Locked in game demo. That is totally fine. I wonder if like the upgrades are just locked and that's just it for this. It's just like the upgrades are locked, so you'd have to take more time in the demo. Maybe? Moon boots. Yes. Huh, this is fun. Oh, maybe I should have kept that for later, huh? Oh well. Range. I really want to get strength up there too. I'm gonna suck this one too much. It's like my exit route. My emergency exit route is this. We should upgrade our backpack if we can. Cool. We can have 13 stuff. Actually, I just want this to be like this. Smooth it out. There we go. My inventory's already full. Fuck. Already fuck. They shouldn't have upgraded the capacity, I feel like, as much as they did. That's okay. Oh, fuck. There's another hole here. Actually, that's okay, I think. Yeah. It's fine. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. I love you. An offer I can't refuse. Hey, please come on over. Capacity is how much we can hold, right? Yeah. I want to save up $50. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, look at all this junk. Nothing but your perfume. I love you. Give me an offer I can't refuse. I got it bad for you. Please come on over and ruin my life. We dance on the edge of a knife. Na 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 na. Coffee. He's looking pretty good, chat. Looking pretty slick. Let's smooth this out a bit. Sell. This give me. Alright, now smooth it. Look at this master. Oh fuck. I can't have masterpieces if junk keeps popping up. He's on the shit. On the shit. Oh shit, I forgot my inventory one. Alright, so this up. We're slowly making our cave downwards, chat. Yippee. Yippee. Is this the... Yeah, this was the one. 6 out of 20. 6 out of 15. I wonder what they'll unlock. Like, I don't understand, like, what they mean. Oh, another hole. Another hole, chat. Sneakers. Ooh. This one. Oh, this one. I'm getting her done. Stop. don't know what she's saying, but it sounds nice. Alright, cool. In the kitchen sink. Maybe I should start upgrading that rope in case I fall. I think we'll be fine. Go up in the kitchen sink. What would be fun in games like this as well is if they have a feature like how in Power Wash Simulator, like when you're done with the area, if they did like a time lapse, because that's fun. I like watching those. Up in the kitchen sink, I don't wanna feel, I don't want, oh fuck. Want some kid drink, go up in the kitchen sink. So, adds 5 meters to the central rope, use it to climb up or descend slowly down with the jump button. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure. Let's see. Oh my God, it's come to life. Then I wanna break them off. I think I just heard my cat, but I don't know. Oh, because she's right here sleeping on my computer. She's sleeping on my computer. Oh, the top alive. Oh, vacuum is full. Fuck. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this masterpiece that we are creating, though, chat. We did this. We did this together. Strength. That's the question. What if you take fall damage in this game? Is that a sandwich? Sandwich. 2 tires of traffic cone smells like hope. I like it. That's fine. Ooh. So. It's your time to go. Forgot how much the tires cost. I feel like that's the one we get the least. Or, actually, it's a tie between the propane tank and the... I think the propane tank actually we see less. Who will be tonight? That's the question. Who will be tonight? That's the question. Oh, Evie! Oh shit. I keep forgetting that I'm full up. Window. What's this one? Can't tell if something like is special and glowing or if it's just a cardboard box or snow or a traffic cone at this point in this game. Oh, sandwich. We have two sisters for sandwich. I have more health. Yum. Oh. Okay. How far down is this? I guess I'm getting to a point where I'm like curious just how far down this goes. I want to do it in strength again, I think. Child, wanna go home yet? Please leave me. I can't breathe. Please don't say you love me. Another sandwich, dog. I'm smoothing my work. Oop. Oh, my inventory's full again. Ah. This strength is really nice. I want another one. I want to plow through this trash. The trash, man. I'm going eating trash. Yeah, there we go. Start it here. Let me see it better. There we go. Jesus, Mary, Magdalene, you are you okay? Whee! Cool. Gimme. Actually, no, I'll take this. Yeah, I'm making the staircase to Calmoro. Let's go, chat. It's not a top. inventory's full. Hey, fuck. It's alright. There we go. Alright, let's suck this up. Oh, yeah. Ooh, propane tank. Nice. Another propane tank? Nice. Another propane tank? Nice. Oh, propane tanks. Inventory is full. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. We're really close to the $70 for the strength upgrade. What the fuck is that? Fueled by beans and bad decisions? Oh shit. Fell down the hole. Fuck. Oh no! No! I wasted the thing, hey fuck. I wasted the thing to sell better. Okay, it's fine. Whoa, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What is this? The fuck? Scribble, Genius Scroll, Leonardo's Secret Doodles, or Grocery List. Okay. Let's fuck up my grand design. Kind of more important right now. Trying to make a masterpiece out of trash. Sell all. Strength, yes. Want to go harder, better, faster, stronger, chat. What the fuck is that? You do you. You just the most of what to do. Alright, let's go empty it. I'm gonna do inventory space next, I think. What is that? An upgrade for cheaper 10 of ultra suction? Oh. Get the big suck. And the big suck. Do the big suck after we get, oops. Let me sell all this stuff. Inventory space upgrade. Oh, I should have used that after the inventory space upgrade, the more I think about it. That's okay. Slope it a bit. Nice. A little, like, thin here, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be higher, I just want it to be thicker. What even is this? It's a car? This is a car. What's this thing again? Oh, fuck. I did not mean to use ultra suck right there. God damn it. You isn't me, and find somebody better. Someone who isn't me. Let's get this. Oh. Overthinking. Sell all. Here. Go this way. Go this way. Hello, Hypixels. How was your meeting? Did you have a good meeting? Brother, what's that? I'm in a junk pile. I'm in a junk pile. I'm making the Kelmoro staircase. Not actually, but I kind of zoned out and did this for however long I've been on this game. Wait. Oh, I can't afford it yet. Fuck. So you're very hyper focused on this cleaning game. It's not really a cleaning. You know the game that Rhino played, called a game about a hole, a game about digging a hole. It's that game, but I'm in a trash pile instead. So really not that much different. I found a car though. Look at this car. I found a car. I feel like I know you were in there for like an hour or more. Listen, man. We were also in the other game for an hour or more, I think. The spooky game? You know. There's some games I really like and I just want to finish them. Not to say that I didn't want to finish Neon Abyss or the Chillin' Fish, but like the Chillin' Fish is like you could play that demo for hours, I feel like, and it wouldn't stop. Like, the demo for Neon Abyss might just be that first map area. So it's kind of like, whatever. But I wasn't really. I was overheating. Go up. I go up. Sell all. 104. Why can't I have the next strength tier upgrade? Oh shit, what the fuck? Bet to play. Fuck. Fuck. What am I betting? Oh. Fuck. Dude, I am not winning this. Oh! Oh, I got $3. Oh. Hey! Free spin. Is that Gamba? It is Gamba. Alright. That was stupid though. Okay. Gamba, Gamba, Gamba. Fucking gonna powerhouse this whole thing. Let's go. I just want to find my $100 million hard drive. Obviously. Honestly, I'm kind of at a point where I do feel like I kind of want to go straight down. But if I go straight down, I'm going to fuck myself and I'm not going to be able to get out. I need to make the backpack bigger. I find it interesting that I can't make this higher, though. Membership, buy, upgrade to fill the bar, and raise your tier. Oh, so maybe it's like I can't have it because I don't have the next tier. Where's the garage that we were looking at stuff? It like had some stuff unlocked in, I think. This one? It is this one. What is this? I don't understand. Beep. No wonder you are gone. Listen, that was the first time I did Gamba. Okay? I'm just trying to find my graphics card in here, you know? My $1 million graphics card. Has all my Dogecoin on it, apparently. But I don't really care about the Dogecoin, I think. Just kind of here. Find another hole. What is that? Bitcoin wallet? What the fuck? Does it have 10 more dollars? Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Pixels, is it okay if I review that after I'm done? Teehee. Or do you need help on that now? Because I can help now. It's the ultra suck. My brain is dead. I took Adderall today, but my brain's still, for some reason, just very dead today. Damn it. Yeah, it's fine. We just sent it because I think it's okay, but it's probably still sleepy because Italy time. They are probably still sleeping because that is valid. Thank you, weed. I don't know what my lamp does. I guess I have a lamp on my head. Oh. Oh. They're just actual lamps, okay. Oh, cool. My rope goes so much further than I've gone. Cool. Oh, let's use this. Man, that was so nice. Alright, I'll sell again. Get out of here. Fuck. How did I mix the bombs? How far am I down? Because now the rope is 30? Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, I can't see. Okay, well maybe I'll go as far down as this rope goes then. Protein tanks down here. I think are more expensive. Don't face it. This is another hole. It is. Alright, let's go up. Alright, my patience might be getting a little thinner, but we're doing it nonetheless. Keep. Ooh. Right. And it is dark down here. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's another. What the fuck? Is that another car? I don't think I can suck up cars. Got tricycles now? Fuck yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Ow. Sandwich. What's that? Bathroom scale. Oh my goodness. Why would that be in here? This car. Location car 2. I guess I'm getting rewarded a bit by finding these cars though. I wonder how many like locations there are in this. Another? Oh my god. Size? New size. Let's do this. I'm in her room, boom, 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 boom. I like that they're little, just little Christmas lights. On my way to Kelmoro, chat. Cannot see. I'll go there instead. Is that a toilet? I think I found a toilet. I need more lamps. Ooh. It might be a propane tank. No, I'm pretty sure that's a toilet. Car 3. Yippee. I have found car 3. God damn, is this dark in here? Alright. Let's go back up. My dreams come true, and I wonder if you know what it means. Good music, yeah, thank you. It means another hole. To where? Bathroom scale. Let's keep going down. What's this? Oh. Oh, wasn't there a red card down here? Oh no, it's this card. I'm gonna finish looking at this card. Oh? Oh, it's full. Wee. Oh, what it means. If you know what it means, find your dreams. Sandwich. Nice. Reserves. Shit. Let's keep. Right, straight down. Fuck yeah. Okay. Another hole. How goes the demos? Oh shit! Ow! Fuck! Good. We're good. You know, great. We are great. I'm currently playing One Man's Trash is Another Man's Treasure, which is exactly the same game as a game about a hole. God damn it, my health. Oh, got so much darker. And I wanna get... Yeah, I was gonna say, what? Are you okay? What? 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 Oh, fuck. Oh, it's like better. Yeah, I mean, it's not as... It doesn't feel as tedious as the other one looked, because you're just sucking. Is there stuff in here, or is this just a crevasse? And it's just a false crevasse. Vacuum is full. Fuck. Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It was, you know, it was just me falling. Alright, cool. Okay, we're good. Alright, cool. Kind of weird there's like just like an empty layer here. Sandwich. Get out of my face. Let's go down. Just want to go straight down. Oh, oh, oh. Onto the hole. I wanted you oh so badly. Anything you asked to. But sadly. What the fuck? What's that? What is that? This is making me claustrophobic. Open her on up. Open this hole on up. No, I'm not coming back. Alright, let me just... Not gonna give me the thingy. Think of the boot brainer. Oh, fuck. Okay. I wanted you. Ow. Ooh, 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 ooh. I kept falling. My bitch ass wouldn't grab onto the goddamn pole. You fumbled the bag. Wow, we've been going down, huh? Yeah, let's keep going down. What is this? What is this? I want whatever this is. Get out of my way. Is there loot in here? You don't deserve me. Is a train? Is there a train in here? I flipped that. How do I flip it? Okay. God damn, how long is this thing? Oh, it's just like in the wall. Oh, I was hoping I could go into it. And there's beans. I wanted to go into it. Did you notice how I get quiet when there... Oh, another hole! Is that another hole? I spy with my little eye another hole? Ooh. What happens if you press G and eat the sandwich? You just get more health. I get 25% more health. Is this a hole? Hole of secrets? No. Just a... Okay. Well... What the fuck is this? A microwave! We got a micro... Oh, fuck. We got a microwave. More loot. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Ow. Let's go! Yeah, there's different, like, glowing items. There's, like, anti-walkie bootsies, or, like, anti-gravity boots, and then the sandwich helps you, and then there's, lukewarm coffee that makes you apparently go faster, but I haven't seen that to be true. It just kind of feels normal. And then there's the power cell, which makes you, like, max out your vacuum for a few seconds. And then there's a coupon that allows you to sell your stuff for more. Makes your stuff more profitable for like 5 seconds. More like 15, but it's not a lot of time if you ask me. There's a lot of scales down here. There's so many scales down here. Alright, I'm gonna go down. Down until there's a hole. Sewing machine. Oh, I thought that was like a pair of pants or something. I mean, kind of same vein though. Microwave. Oh my god, it's so dark. What the fuck was that? Oh, I thought I saw something spooky. To be fair, there was a monster in a game about digging a hole, so could be one in this one. I don't really know. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? It's claustrophobic. Microwave. Another hole? I gotta go back up. Okay. How far can this rope go? I just want to get to the bottom, I think. I don't actually know. To be fair, I remember now, now that I'm thinking about it, Uber Hacker Nova never actually finished a game about digging a hole. He just got cucked by the monster, and then he just, I think he stopped. No, he did. He, like, cheesed it. He cheesed the ending of it. Three. Thank you for the cheek pat, Pixel. Sorry. I just want to see how far this goes. Another hole? To Narnia? What the fuck? Alright, hold on. We're veering off course, chat. We have to go straight down. A lot of toilets down here. Guess that makes sense. Alright, let's go back up. Ah! I broke my knees. I mean, this kind of looks like Hellmorrow if you think about it. Just a very jank version. Ooh, what's a scanner do? Oh, that, I wasted it. Oh, I thought it was a forever thing. Fuck. Oh god. Is it in the car? Get out of here. Alright. Oh no, I found the end of the rope. Oh no. Ooh, a phone. Hostile government takeover. Wouldn't talk about it, but I'll be late for work. Wait a minute, do we have to stop this? Is it not? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oops. I didn't mean to put so many. I don't want to fall too far down because then I'm fucked. Train 3. There is an opening in this. Wait, does that mean there's an opening in the other one? Train 2? I just didn't see. Let me empty this. Sell all. Whee! Oh, there was stuff in here. Train 1. Whoa, it's a lamp! Huh! New rare item. 3 wishes not included. Maybe 3 tetanus shots? That's all. Cool. Honestly, I got my tetanus shot and that shit hurt. The idea of getting 3 of them in a row, though? Yikes. I think I'd just die. Alright. Hey, wait a minute. Do we have to stop? You didn't want the lady in office. This is the toilet room. Is there anything up here? I feel like the answer is gonna be no. It's a very weird perspective I'm in. It's kind of making me, not gonna lie, a little nauseous. Alright, there's nothing on this side. I know there's something special in here though. Oh my god, so many toilets. Oh no, it was just no. Thing. Oops. It's gonna be really sucky if the rope has a like max upgrade, like the oh shit. Like the all the other upgrades. I actually don't know if that side of upgrades does cap though. Sell like these ones. I think they do. They do. Damn. All right. Well, I guess we'll go into the rope ends. I have run light. All right. Oh, another cave. Phone? Oh, that's what they meant by my phone. They didn't mean like smart. An air conditioner. Oh my god, let me go sell this. Wait, is this the end of the rope? Oh, that's the end of the rope. Alright. 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 I am going to do the ultimate sacrifice. And I'm going to sell all this. I'm gonna buy as many lamps as I can. And then we're just gonna go straight down. See what happens. What are you waiting for? Oh my god. Okay. Oh, is this another... Is this the bottom? Microwave? This the bottom? Okay, I just found the bottom. Hi-fi stereo. What the fuck? That did not look like a stereo. Well, I already found the bottom. What the fuck? Oh, well, that's kind of... I thought the bottom was gonna be a lot harder to find, to be honest. Alright, I know we're gonna be a lot deeper. DVD player, cool. AC. A little cave for myself. This must be what a dwarf feels like. Oh. Alright, time to go back. This is really cool though. This whole oh shit. Ow. All the way to the bottom. I'm gonna use the scanner. Whoa! What the whoa! Oh, there is a way down! I can't go down further, though. Wait, there's a purple thing. What's that purple thing? Oh, it's a rare item. It's the Holy Grail. Cool. Oh, whoa, what's this one? Gold item? Suck? Oh, it's moon boots. What's up there, though? Oh, yes. Okay. Another train? Let's go. Let me in. Let me in. Bunch of air conditioners. Fog. And that's everything. No, there's a purple thing in here. Vengeful Bride's Katana. That's cool. Where is my hole? Here it is. Whee! Oh my god. Ow. Sell all. Alright. Let's do here. Sandwich. Hi, Andrea. How are you? Sandwich. How are you? Hope you're having a lovely day. I'm just playing this stupid game for God knows how long at this point. There doesn't seem to be anything interesting this way. Just gonna shove my face deeper in here just to see. What? Is this the wall? Oh, this is the wall. Where's the other side of the wall? Shove my face into the dirt. Actually, this is junk. So, you know, it's probably a good thing that I wish for tetanus shots. Okay. That's one side. That's the other side. Let's go this way. So there's something over here. Oh. Okay, I think not here right now mentally. Understandable. You can just vibe. We're just vibing, you know? I'm alright. I've just been playing game demos all day long. Some of them maybe I took a little bit too long to play because I kind of played one of them all the way through. But, you know, it's kind of like the whole game, I feel like, to be honest. But, you know, we're here. Chilling, vibing, being goofballs. Not brain off, really. It does not say there's. Oh, what's this? Oh, but god damn it! Oh my god, my vacuum. I wonder if it stops you where it stops you because, like, if you go further, you finish the game. I don't need any more lights. Just need scanners. It can't be that easy, babe. Nothing else? Nothing else? God damn. Okay. I think I'm kind of done with this game. I don't think there's anything else that we can get out of this because I'm using the scanner and I'm not seeing the end game. I think I'm supposed to break the. I don't know. It feels like this is the bottom of it. I don't really know. I'll give it a little longer. Okay. Let's go back up. Let's sell the stuff that we have. And then just buy another scanner. Go back down. And then this. Let's see. There's a wall there. Let's go to the wall over here. I want to touch all the walls. So I know I got all the loot. Okay. There's a wall there. Wall there. Pretty sure that's a corner. Outside, enjoy around. Okay, we just have to get one more. I think it's this wall one more time. Ew. What makes spooky noises? Nowhere to start, sweet music playing in the dark. Don't do this song. That's like, I think, the last side. So... should be the center. Alright, I found everything I want to do. Let's get out of here! I wonder how long I spent on this game. Alright. Save game. Boop. Back. No color back. I think so too. But know where to start music playing. Yes. Pog. How long did I play this game? 95 minutes! It's like an hour and a half. Good lord. Alright. That's a maybe game. So that's a maybe game right there. Alright, how many games are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That was actually halfway. We just finished halfway. It was halfway. Hold on, am I gonna install them? Maybe not yet. Alright, are there any ones that I really want to play on stream? Because I'm kinda done playing demos, to be honest. I want to play Lost and Found. I want to play Hotel Galactic. Oh, where to start? Oh, we're halfway there. Yay! Halfway there. We're halfway there. Because I picked 16. I picked 16. Yeah, yep. I picked 16 games. And I think the only ones that I'm really like, I really want to play them on stream are at least Lost and Found Code. Well, this one is so games like this are gonna be hit or miss. So we're gonna start with this one, and then if we don't like this one, we're gonna play Hotel Galactic. If that's a hit, if that's a miss, then we're gonna do some art. Cause I'm tired of playing video games. I want to do some art. What is next week? What's the date for next week? Okay, cool. Let's go black. 19. Oh, is this? Okay, let me change the Lost and. Okay, we're just gonna do games and demos again. It's easier. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. This is cute. Art style's cute. Oh, I should pause the music. Okay. Quack, quack. Grand giant cracker. OSD.
Huh?
So what is she looking for?
Huh? Oh.
Why are you upsetty? You looking for a duck? That duck go? Oh, this is like it's a hidden object game. Oh, if you're stuck, you can always have. No, I don't need the hints. Fuck off! I don't need hints. No, I don't need hints. Oh, wait. I don't need hints. Wait, and then this moves. I can't rotate it. I guess it makes sense. Oh, there he is! I found it! I found it.
Huh.
There you are, you lazy little duck. I'm gonna be honest, I like my hidden object games without lore. It's just cute. Like, I like the art style a lot. Like, I really like the art style a lot. But, like, it's like a phone game. You know, it's like a phone. Oh, she turned him into roast chicken! No! God damn. Poking around might help you discover some secrets. Cool. This game is lagging. That is crazy.
Hey.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care about the story. Oh, she's a little, like, axolotl now. The first ever job request taken unexpected turn will answer out to be a little kid. Alright. I feel like this is gonna be an okay game because a lot of my, like, hidden object games, I just like to play, like, hidden, like, I don't really need story. I don't really need story. I just want to find stuff. Like in 2 dots, they just have a list of stuff that you find and you find it and that's it. Though it is nice that you can skip the story. Just skip. They should have like an endless mode where you can just find stuff. Ew, it's a gross cake. Okay, I really don't care. Yay, okay. Try using it on this one. Last can is stuck in a rushing machine. Try giving it a hard smack. Oh, okay, Juju's are extra hands. Okay, cool. A rusty machine. Just leave me alone, I want to play. A rusty machine, huh? Found it. Need Pocky. There's a Pocky right there. I need a snail right there. This game's really cute though. I like the art style a lot. I might make a video about this one to be honest. Boop, there it is. And then wait, excuse me, ma'am. Do I have to like help them? I see the bottle. Oh, is that not? Oh, that's not the bottle. Newt, 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 Newt. He Newton. Okay, can I like move these? I can just click them. No. Oh, here's the bottle. Behind the cat. Oh, there's more. I saw that apple earlier, didn't I? I could have sworn I saw that apple earlier. There it is. And then a little confeito candy. It's a yellow one though. Where is the yellow confeito candy? It's not that. Where's the little confeito candy? I found a rat! Where is it? Oh, there was another cat. That's cute. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, her eyes are little. Where is the little confeito? It's interesting that they animated literally, it seems like everything. Where is it? Found underwear. Oh, what the fuck? Yep. Is there candy in here? Do you have candy? Whoa. To be honest, this probably would have made a lot more sense if I knew what the story was. Oh no, is he dead? I should leave. I won't leave. There's a little thing underneath it. Where's that yellow candy? Where doth be the yellow candy? Do you have it? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Could I play with this? I'm testing my patience, chat. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. How would I know where this is? I don't see it. What's this? Find rare snacks. Wake up the kid. Cool down the heat with an icy treat. Collect jujus. Look, there's a juju. Oh! Oh, I found it. Haha. Skip. Yes. Yep. Okay. No, I want to do the side quest. Wake up the kid. Wake up the kid. Cool down the heat with an icy treat. Just fingering everything. I think it's like them. They need the icy treat. Who needs an icy treat? Do you need an icy treat, sir? Where's the other juju? They're awake. Okay, and then what? Cool down in the heat with an icy treat. Collect jujus. I don't know where the other juju would be though. You a juju? The emanating dark powers. What is in your box? Who needs to cool down with an icy treat? I feel like I've clicked on everything. I don't really like games where I have to click on everything, but I feel like someone who is more patient than me would definitely have more fun with this. Does he not want this? I feel like he's the one that would want the icy treat. Okay. I'm too impatient for this. I don't like it. I mean, it's cute, and I think a lot of people would like this game, but I'm not that key demographic. So while I would make a video about it, like, I don't think it would be for me, you know? Where is the other one? Hotel Galactic demo. I feel like this is gonna have a long tutorial, and that doesn't sound that fun, to be honest. Kind of over tutorial, but I'll take it. And this is a game, a product of actual human passion. Poggers. That sounds nice. I like that. That is good. Das ist gut. I got 5-star unlock amazing rewards. Oh shit. Play. Demo. I'm ready. Ooh, who do I want to be? That guy's a little weird. That guy's kind of like me. What else they got? Oh, these are the main. I'll be this one. I'll be that one. Because that one's like a cat cow. It's loading. All loads, I think I can. Galactic, done. Oh, this is cute. Oh. Oh. Ancient Horde presents. Ooh, dear friend, my internet needs help. Aww. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Very howl vibed. But also, what's that one movie? It's like a Disney movie, I think. Journey to the Planet. Oh my god, it's cute. I know. It's very Ghibli. There's a bad guy. WASD2. Oh, this is interesting. Zoom in and out. Talk to spawn. Oh my god, this is like hella cute. I love this isometric perspective. Hey yo, actually I love this. Hello. Cosmic Calamity. Dad? You alive? Everything okay? I'm your father. Pops. Oh, didn't see you there. Oh. Did you hear that crash? My poor dad, he's probably tangled himself like a live pretzel again. Oh! Please help us get to him. Hold down the worker, then drag them to the desired location, release and drop them. Okay. Sparn, you gotta come over here. Help your papa. Help out. Help your papa! Oh, poor papa. Poor papa! Oh, is my computer lagging? Is this game making my computer lag? Frame rate. Medium. Why? Okay, that's interesting. Hello. Boy, that was close. A second longer and I would have been blue like Gustav. That's kind of rude. Thought I'd tidy up a bit. Nothing wrong with a little order, right? But well, things didn't quite go as planned. And then, bam, the whole shelf came crashing down as if it had a mind of its own. Yet, just like the stars aligning in my Tammany, you all cared and saved my day. Thank you, my dear son, and thank you, all of you, for reminding me of the strength of community. I don't think I really need you to talk directly to me, I'm gonna be honest. Destroy the barricade. Is there a barricade somewhere? Where to the rescue, destroy the barricade. So is there a barricade? I forgot how weird open back headphones are. Why are they weird? I know that they're interesting because they leak sound, but like, why do you think that they're weird? Open the barricade. Where is the barricade? Where's the barricade? Oh. Whoa, where is the barricade? Is that the barricade? No, that's the farming storage. Sparn, where am I supposed to go? Where's the barricade? Oh, it's blocked by barricade. Oh. Exit cannot be repaired. Oh. Oh. Sparn! Sparn, where are you? Sparn, come here. What? What? Well, I can't reach it, so how am I gonna destroy it? How do I destroy something I cannot reach? What the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa, it's a dragon. Or a whale or something. Marco, can you go in here? How do I get in here? How do I get in there? How do I get in here? Okay, so if I ask him to go here, can you go here for some? I need you to... How do I get in there then? Is there something that I missed? Settings. Oh, game. Is there no, how do I... Can't be reached. And how do I get to the barricade? What? How do I... Hints? But I can't drag them into here. Oh wait, this barricade. Oh, what? There we go. There was 2 barricades, I didn't know. You got this, buddy. Yay, you can come help. There we go. This is cute. Yo! Stone. Alright, I did it. Talk to Spawn. Hello. Yeah, so typical. I'm truly one of a kind in the galaxy, through and through. Seriously though, my pops has a big heart, as big as Diverge's, but those knees are starting to creak. Alright, let's fix it. What are we fixing? Alright, clean up trash. Clean. Repair. Yes, look at everyone working together. He gonna get stuff? He's gonna get stuff. More log, and then they need branch. Oh, they already put away all the... This game reminds me of Fallout Shelter now. Oh, it does, doesn't it? Except it's like 3D. Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I totally forgot about that game. I remember I played it on my phone for a little bit. Oh, they're fixing it up for Gustav. Oh, that's why they said he's blue. That's still kind of racist, though. Yippee! Wow, it looks so nice. Alright, Spartan, what's up? Great work. The hotel has few rooms, but if we want to accommodate more guests, we'll need additional ones. There's a construction about using the platform right just once there's a good spot and plan a construction for a new guest room. Oh, and Mako and my dad have been grumbling about sharing the same restroom as our guests. It's not exactly ideal, is it? You want to okay, let's do the back construction mode. Hold and drag. Okay. I think that makes sense. Let's do a restroom. So, where are we gonna put a restroom? I guess we can put a restroom here. And then a guest room here. Spawn, what's up? No, that's a fine spot for a new room. You've got an eye for it. Once your design is done, we'll move on. We're transporting on the supplies to the construction site, and afterward, we'll get to hammer time. Yippee! Oh yeah, to start thinking about the next steps, like what kind of furniture we'll add. Oh, and don't forget, crafting station. It's rusty, sure, but it's where we craft all the new goods. Cool. Alright, we may run a short material. Resources. Okay, so how do we get more resources? Can you pick a few trees to cut down? We'll need extra supplies to get everything done. Okie dokie. Do one of them come to cut it down or something? Or is this kind of like a... Okay, this is why this exists. dog. Now it just needs to be built. Cut. Construct restroom, guest room, gather tree, 1 out of 2. Well. I think this would be fun, but I think it would be a lot more fun on the phone, to be honest. But this is cute. Can't be mad at the aesthetic of it. Look at him go. Yeah. Go, boys. Go, boys. Woohoo! Yes. Can you feel the aura of freshness like a calm breeze after a storm? But something feels amiss still, doesn't it? A space like this deserves just the right touch. Ooh, we have stuff. I wish I would have put the bathroom in the middle of the 2 rooms, actually, to be fair. But it's okay. Are they... Where were they? Oh, they're here. Find a suitable spot in the hotel using Q&E. Okay. Move this to here. And then we're gonna grab one of these and move this here. And we'll unpack them. The heck? Oh, does someone have to move them? Oh, someone has to move them. Gotcha. I wish I could do more stuff. Like, I wish I could drag, like, resources around, I guess. I guess that's my... I guess, hold on. No spawn, no. Cancel. Wait, nope. Cancel. So is it easier if I just unpack it? And then if I unpack this one... How's the demos going? Good. I'm playing this like cute like Ghibli Studio-esque one, and it's really cute. And then we take cancel. Take this one, I unpack this one. Oh wait. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Makes sense. It's slow, but it makes sense. Okay, that can only happen. Okay. Not a problem. Guys done building stuff. I wish I could speed it up even more, but I can't. Ooh, guest room has been built. Yippee. Craft a guest bed. Alright, okay. Boo, 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 guest bed. This one. Craft. Okay. And now I have to wait for someone to craft it. I like it, I do, but it's gonna take me a while to get used to the slow pace. Oh, to be honest, that's not a vibe right now. I'll definitely still make a video on it because I love the aesthetic and I love that it, like, is made by people that really love the art style and the craft. I'm just, my Adderall's wearing off, so my patience is dying just a little bit. Let's see, what do we have left? I'm just curious for, like, tomorrow or, like, if I just want to play them on the weekends. So I could just record myself playing them. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 left, so we went through 10. That's not bad. I don't normally play that many games on a weekday, on stream, so I think that's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Do some art. Brain fried this rice. Done. I'm gonna be right back though. I'm gonna get like a small snack and then we'll do some more. So I'll be right back. I love you guys. I'm back. My ass hurts. My back. Been one check something. Cool. Okay. Oh, my mouth is cold. Wait a minute, look at someone. I almost said welcome back out loud. Thank you. I've been requested to edit a thing. No, I could just do like this. Actually, hold on. Let's just do like this. Okay, what's this? Think for that, Bets. Okay, and interesting. Okay, that's the clip that they want. Bold eye-catching font for the caption with a green outline to match my character. I was looking for fast-paced meme images, meme sounds, and engaging short-form content. I've been looking around and I love your edits. They actually make me laugh when I was watching, so I was excited to see what you cook. What is this? Oh, is this the clip? Is that the link to the clip? What is this one? There's two clips here. Oh, one's in portrait mode and one's in the original landscape. Okay. So I can work on this on stream. Yeah, I can do that. Do that. I'll probably an eye-catching font for captions. An eye-catching font for captions. I'll have to think about that one. But they want. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that for 20, I think. That's fine. My only thing is, like, there isn't, like, something big or outrageous that they say, so it's kind of like, but I think I can figure it out. I can figure it out. That's not a problem. How did the social medias? How were the social... I never said I went live. I never posted that I went live, and I feel a bit bad. Favorite froggy. You got this. Thank you, wife. I can't wait till you start streaming, and then I can edit your clips. I can't wait for that. Alright, cool. I'll look at this later. Actually, okay, let's do it this way. My request. Not like us. They 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 not like us. Alright, I think I'm gonna do a few things. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Okay. What art are we doing? I think I want to try doing a new line art pass because thankfully for my wife, my lovely Miyu, they helped me with the sketch phase of our lemons meme. So I kind of want to work on that a little bit. Also, BLT, you are so far away. I'm sorry, I didn't scoot you back from yesterday. Sorry. Please ignore that burp. I have to post a thing. I have to post a thing on YouTube because I forgot. I got too caught up in playing video games. It's 6. What is that line? Stay OV-ho. It does say OV-ho. What the fuck is OV-ho? Oh, Mayan. Noble 18th. No matter what you say or what you do, I won't ever be with you. I love Childish Gambino, dude. I'm right by your side till the end of my life. Oh, good. Just a week ago. I really should be. What the fuck? This one. Okay. Ovo is Drake's. Oh, shit! So it's a play on that. But see, this is why I have you around, Andrea, because you know shit. You know shit. I don't know shit. You're your friend. Pilcata. Nope. The opposite. Not even half of it. Thank you for enlightening me. And I love ya. No matter what you say or what you do, I won't ever be with you. Public, publish. Hold on. I just remember I still need to get a new tripod. Ooh, new tripod! What are you gonna get a new tripod for? God damn it. I clicked on the same thing. My neck. My neck. My back. My pussy. Sorry. That's also one of my vocal stems. But I don't think I could put that. I don't think I could put that on the thing. I don't think Twitch would be happy with me having that as a vocal stem. Let's do vocal. Let's get some vocal stems actually. In a second. What was Thursdays? What was last Thursdays? What was last Thursdays? Oh, dead. Be right by your side till 2005. Can I say something a little based really quick? I probably shouldn't, but I don't really care. I love Childish Gambino. I love quite a few artists that say words that I'm not allowed to say because I am not of that ethnicity or culture. But I'm gonna be real. It is hard not to vibe with a song. Obviously, disclaimer, I'm not gonna say the words. I'm just not gonna say that whole line because I'm too afraid that, like, someday someone is gonna clip me mouthing the words because it's live 2D tracked, obviously, and then I'm gonna get canceled for it, you know? But, like, when you're vibing with a song, like that song, especially for me and Childish Gambino songs, it's like, I mean, I don't usually sing the word either, but it's just kind of like, you're kind of in the groove of it, you know? That's all. That's all. We both are Wednesday. It's third ride and Thursday. I get that. I replaced a word with brother. Oh! Keep that next time you feel like attacking me, no. I'll probably forget that I've said this by tomorrow. Because I don't normally say things that are based, I feel like. Or maybe I do and I just don't think about it, but I'm just saying. This is why, like, that's why sometimes I'll listen to Baby No Money or Young Gravy more, because, like, they don't say those words. I'll probably forget, man. I don't know what you want from me. Photograph. Look up some refs. You can tell me what you think. Okay, hold on. I can't show my screen for a second. Because I'm talking to the artist for the NSFW art. And they said their queue is small, so I gotta think, because I want to respond to them in a timely manner. I was listening to a live, man, this new headphone sound stage is so good. I was listening to the live version of the song and it felt like, oh, dude, that's so fucking sick. That's sick. I would so get headphones if I could, like, I would buy headphones if that's how it felt sometimes. For music, dude, that'd be fucking sick. Specifically, like, earbuds, I think, would be nice. I don't know what the fuck I want. Can we, guys, you want to go to Fansly really quick so I can stream this and I can get your guys' opinion? Shit's hard. I don't know what I want. Ooh, this artist is cute. This artist is cute. Wait, let me look at Sachiko's art that she already has. Or that they already have. Sorry, I don't know their gender off the top of my head, so I feel bad. This one. Put it in the deep freezer. I will. It's just like I'm browsing through stuff, and if you guys saw something like, oh, Elaine, you would look real good in that, I did, you know, I kind of would like you guys to say something. But I was like, I can't browse this kind of stuff just on Twitch, and that kind of sucks. You know, like this is community. This is community art. You know, I should be able. I'm joking. I don't know. I'm memeing. I'm a memer. Trying to think. Low-key blue streams for shopping for porn. Yeah, I know, right? I'm gonna keep making a favorite art. I gotta send it to me. I wanna see. But high key, it's like, oh, maybe TT has some. The hard thing is like the art that I often get like is referenced off of other VTubers. Let me see if my Mia. Wait, my wife said they wanted to draw Mia as that, so I want to save up for that instead. For that. Okay, never mind. Fuck, what was I doing? I was like, cow bikini. Oh my god, that's so cute, Andrea. I love the little joystick and then the moon belt and stuff. Or the moon charm. My apologies. I don't know if it's a charm or belt, but it's really cute. Is that from the same person that did the last one? No, different? I love the eyes. Com ref. Do I have any com references in here that I could take from? This one's kind of cute. That's not sexy though. It's not sexy though. Diff person? Okay. I was curious. Easy. I'll go on Fansly. I'll go on the blue site, sorry. I'll go on the blue site, and then I'll find VTubers, or I'll look at TT stuff, and then I'll see what TT has, and then if TT has stuff that I like, that she's drawn, then I can just reference that. Thumbs up. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to say it as it is, you know? It's hard. It's hard for me. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea, but I don't know how to... I don't feel I ignore. I don't know how to portray this, because our vibes here are always EP. So I was thinking like a sexy EP pose, but I don't know how the fuck to be like sexy EP pose, you know? Sexy sleepy pose. So I think that could be pretty on brand. Ew, I don't want AI stuff. Maybe, trying to think if other artists might have things like this. I don't know. I don't know. It's great. It's a good song. To be fair, I was like, damn, why is this so hard? Because, like, ooh, this one could be fun. Okay, I guess I'll make some options. Okay, that one could be cute. I like the pose, but I don't know about the outfit, though. Well, I was like, why is this so hard? But I take this long for commissions as well. When I think I want to commission something, I have taken like this long to like figure out what I want it to be. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Real bad fuck nasty. But he can't touch this. I feel like this is hard because, like, I want to teeter. I want to teeter on it, you know? I don't want to just, like, full front. I want to teeter. I want to, you know, I want it to be playful. Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. Guys, if you have any ideas, can you put them in the deep freezer? Because I'm like, hard. This is hard. I'm not hard, personally, because I'm more like, what the fuck am I doing? You know? But like, I don't know. Oh, you know what I hate? I hate that they took away, what do you call it? I hate that they took away, being able to see people's likes, because sometimes I just want to see what other people like, because then I know, like other artists that they like, you know? A lot of times when I commission an artist, I just go to their likes and see if there's a pose that I like, and I go from there. That doesn't always work. This one could be cute. Dick energy. Oh my god. That's not off my list. I want money and my bitch. That's a check. Yeah, this face. It's a check. La 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 la. The bank, listen to the bank. Maybe, what the fuck are they called? Dakimarus? Maybe I look at Dakimaru art. Maybe you can get like a half Dakimaru art. Or Dakimura? I don't fucking know, dude. How rude. How rude. Would I get a Dakimura of myself? Would I get a body pillow of myself? No, probably not. Would I have the art as a poster, though? Yeah, probably. Dakimakura? Is that what it is? Yeah, that the body pillow. If you be my ice cream, I've got blue jeans, nothing at the movies. Oh, I found a lot more by looking up the correct word. That's crazy. Well, see, what we'll do is we'll do a version now where it's like clothed, but then we'll do a version later where it's not clothed. Donkey Mario. Donkey Mario. Little bit of something we can work and we do is push me out. Think I'm closer to you every day. You come around. Enjoy my company. Oh baby, trust me, won't you know my love's gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. You can feel right. Oh, be my ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, sitting at the movies. Shit, bro. What the fuck? I just saw a weird one. I just saw a furry one. It was kind of weird. Ooh. You know what my love's gonna feel like. Be my scream, nothing else will feel right. Why is there one of Gouda? Ew. Brother, ew. She whittle. Ew, what the fuck? It's like a fucked up one. What the fuck? You can have it. I have it. Alright. How does that work? It's like sideways. Beautiful. I just realized a lot of these poses are just like normal like sexual poses, but then they just put a sheet behind it, you know? I want one with a good example of like the clothes coming off, like not. Ew! Oh my god! Oh my god! Who the fuck? I fucking just saw Jar Jar Binks body pillow. Ah! I'm not okay. I am not okay anymore. I'm so upset. I'm so upset that I had to see that. I'm so Donkey, not a Donkey Mario. Pixels, I don't think you understand the sin that I just saw, and I have to send it to you now. I'm so happy you know the name. Yeah, it took me a second, but I got there. Here you go. Oh my god, there's one where it's like a worm. Wait, hold on, I'm gonna show you guys this one. Blur. The fuck? There, it's like worms. It's like worms. It's funny. Okay, I gotta go away now. There's a Shrek one! There's a Shrek one! He's pregnant on one side and he's naked on the other! I'm so fucked up. I'm so fucked up. Oh, there's a snuffy one. Hold on, I like the snuffy one. Yeah. I want like a shy expression. Shy? This did not go as planned. Ew, what the fuck is that? It's a snake one. That's crazy. There's one that's a burrito. I'd get the burrito one. I'd get like a mini one that's a burrito as a meme. I'm not gonna lie about that one. That one's kind of funny. I actually quite like this one. I quite like the snuffy one. On a Video master. I just want the image. Is this what I'm looking up? Is this what I have to look up? Okay. I just want the art. Okay. Okay. At Milk Dudes, we got choices. I'm leaning towards the last one, but with my outfit like slipping off. Outfit. I don't know why I did slash slipping off slash shy expression. React. One. The fuck? 1, 2. Where's the 2? 2. That's not that. Yes. Oh, well, you could look in the Discord. You could be patient.
Oh,
you could be patient. Well, yeah, I have to get people's opinions. Okay. Wow.
Listen, if I get to hear you scold for that.
Well, listen, do you want to see the burrito one? Do you want to see the burrito one? I would love to see the burrito. Okay, I could show chat the burrito one too. Hold on. There's a robot one too. Hold on, where's a...
It's like a specific robot, I think, from something.
Probably. Where's the burrito one? I don't know where it went, I'm gonna be honest with you.
That's the most important one.
Hold on.
I'm surprised you didn't code for that. Would you got me with your warm body pillow?
It's this one. See? It's a burrito.
That's sultry.
I know. Do you want to see the Shrek one?
No.
It's too late. That's the Shrek one. So he's like naked, but he's got...
I don't like his face in that
I don't like his face in that one either.
I like the poses. They're fine.
Do you want to see another one? Look, it's people from Bad Guys.
Oh, that's... I haven't seen, but I've heard way too many people talk.
Like, I need sustenance. Oh, okay. Have fun. Thank you. Have good food. Okay. For mirror selfie. Lingerie. 2. Shy spread in my outfit. 3 for no, I can't spell Kimakura. Vote now. Oh my god, okay. It has been posted. What the fuck? I need the... Where is it? 1, 2... I know I'm too lazy to make it a poll. 3... Okay. Okay. I need to send this to somebody. How do I copy a message link? Copy message link. How to send this to Kiwi. I gotta spoiler it though, so it's like fund. Vote. I gotta send it to Buffy. Okay. Okay, are we good now? Are we good now? Are we in the clear? Are we in the clear? Are we in the clear so I won't get banned off of twitch.tv.com? Twitch.tv? It's just twitch.tv, not .com. Open. Okay. We're good. We're good now. This one. Okay. I gotta plug in my tablet. My tablet. I did this upside down. I did. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know how I feel about that chin. Like chin. That chin look kind of weird. This right here look kind of weird. Alright. Let's turn the opacity down again. I'm gonna try it one more time with a different brush. Is it this brush? No, it would be this brush, but we need pressure flow jitter. Was it accumulation jitter? Nope. Or are you really here to cut me off? Oh, baby, just to turn on. 'Cause these days we'll do that. Think I like that? Okay. I have to use their color though, because I can't see. I'm mad. I've got a river running right into you. Not a monster, in the blue. There was art that I saved to my phone, isn't there, that I was referencing? Where'd my phone go? Ooh. We're living in a bathroom? Fuck, hold on. Maybe I liked it. Or bookmarked it. Either is. Oh, I did. I found it. Oh, the image. Hold on. I'm gonna put this on my other screen. You guys are bitches. I just see the fucking... I see the one that has the most, like, votes right now, and I'm like, God damn it. Don't know if I'm doing this right, doing it right. The wrong is the thing going on, what's going on? Right, it's fine. I will look at... Maybe oh, my eye itches. Ah, motherfucker. Okay. I got the wording I wanted in my brain. It's cute. this here, but I could be wrong. Oh, I totally did. Poggies. Poggies. Oh, fuck. Pog. Got it. That's not what I was thinking. Why? Why is this broken? What? I think this one was the most popular. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Oh, no, I dropped a grape. No, my grape. No. Ah, cold. Hi, Vex. How you doing? I'm looking at possible outfits for the NSFW comp because y'all pick. I think y'all are gonna pick the first one. Oh, good. I'm glad. Did you get any wine? Were you able to get any wine? Steam. I don't know, I'll be this one. No, but I had my own ball from when I was in France, so that's all. Nice. Nice. Okay, I have an idea, which I will, if number one wins, I'll ask my wife her opinion, because I have ideas. Oh, my computer froze? Okay, we're okay now. Okay, back to doing normal things. I need... Alright, I'm referencing this person's art because I really like their art. What you seen is what I ever should have seen. There are many things I didn't mean. Myself too many times to count. Oop. Just believe. I need another reference. I'm needy, greedy. And the privilege to make a man of me. Let me see. D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T. Cool. Brain work. Oh God, it's so big. go. I can't. Well, I'm just to you. Okay, so. More wispy. If the with you after just one touch. No, I feel like that makes it look shaggy. I don't want it to look shaggy. I want it to look wispy. When they do it on this side, it's a lot of like. It's also like singular strands and big strand. I think the big strand kind of goes like this a bit more. Truth is impossible, but now. When you move, I'm on the fine for almost a mile. Alright, the layer. With you after just one touch. Okay. I actually am kind of over it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna skip it. So guess who's wrong? You. Alright, my reference is like not working because there's like not enough room on my screen. Hourglass, I'm waiting for the top. My grapes go off there. Why does it feel so good? I know you would. I think that's not how my bangs work. Just like you. Oh, whatever makes makes you pray. I wanna know. I'll do an extra layer maybe of just like how I do that. You. So. Oop. Was this where the streams come true? Okay, and then like this is hard. My brain is not understanding how this works. Intention to break. God, does it feel so good? Nope. Nope. And that works. No son of a bitch. And then what if I did like a larger strand like this? Bitches. In his fucking face. In his face. You're not gonna push me around. New layer. So how would they probably do this? They'd probably do... Because my hair is kind of split up into 3 different things, I think. So it's kind of like... I don't understand how you 2D artists draw all these fucking lines, man. Shit's hard. It's a lot of undoing. Or then up my nose. 21 and way out of control. I feel like that one animatic that Kiwi sent last week. I'm pretty sure it was Kiwi. On like digital artists being mad at vector artists, and then the vector artist is just vibing because they can just adjust their lines instead of undoing them all the time. I need to zoom out more. I don't know how I would do this strand. Yo. Okay, maybe I would like do it like, oh wait. Just lost me my life. You're my only friend. Oh fuck. I don't think what these were. Ooh, the accumulation dinner. I think I fucked it up. Like, what about that? Close. Fucked it up again. Saturation luminosity. Okay. I think it'll be fine. I say as it's suddenly much different than it was before. Why does my brush keep changing? Oh my god, my brush is about to make me cry, bro. Why is it changed so much? I think this is the only other thing I don't like about, like, I guess, like, vector, like, digital art, is that, like, if you change your brush at all, you're fucked. Like, I just fucked myself, because, like, I changed something in my pen settings, and now the line art is different, and I'm screaming. I'm the one that really needed saving. So now I'm just gonna have to sketch this whole thing for a 5th time, because I don't know what I'm doing. Holy shit, that art looks awesome. Which art? Which art? Talk about the one I'm referencing, because they are cool. She's oblivious to certain kinds of pain. Oh my god, please. How do you people do this madness? I don't understand. This is so hard. How do you get your hands to cooperate? All the art on screen? You're on screen. Got him. Because you're beautiful. Oh. They broke it up so much more than I thought. Fuck. It's getting harder, even just to exhale. Huh? My headset just turned off. Hello? My headset? Okay, just needed to restart, I guess. Walk beside me. You feel nothing as well. Food in the garden. Yo, this shit hard. The fuck y'all? How the fuck y'all be doing this shit? Y'all, this don't make sense. Make no fucking sense, bro. Oh, now it's even on both sides. Fuck. Understand. There's no one to tell. Oh my god, how do I do this? How do I do this? Like before. To the rhythm. Hand warbly. I'm just kind of like seeing what it would look like if I'm just doing the whole thing. I'm doing the whole thing. I'm thinking. Maybe some more wisps. This is a lot thinner. Or actually, how do they do that? So it's like that, and then it's thin, and it gets thick again. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, so kind of like that. Yeah, but then they have like a little more oomph in the step, so it's like the rhythm is just a prison, beautiful nightmare for nutrition. Alright, I think I'm gonna do this art study off stream because I'm just gonna be talking to myself the whole time and I kind of want to go watch TV for a little bit. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Oh, hi, my Mooncalf Peach. I was just about to raid out. Thank you for getting that anniversary, though. Anyone raid Zungi? How are you? I'm good. I was doing an art study on these artists. Tell, and then Devor. Dang, I missed you. It's okay, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll have some good time. We'll play D&D, and then I'm gonna get high and do something. I don't know what. Probably art. Think of hang out would be. I think I want to raid Roshan actually, because Roshan, I talked to them about playing. I work, sadly. Do you work all day? I'll be streaming all day long. So I could be waiting for you when you get off of work. I'll be like a little puppy. And wait for you. Be like, you know? But thank you for stopping by. It means a lot that everyone, like, that you guys stop by, even if you don't stay for long. 9 to 5? I got you, Pookie. That's when I end D&D. I got you, Pookie. I'll still be here. Well, bet. Alrighty. Alright. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It means a lot to me that you guys hang out and stop by. I appreciate you. Oh my god, I appreciate you. But here's a raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, so they know where you came from. But I'm gonna go study this art and cry my eyeballs out because art is hard. But I love you guys a lot. Go have fun with Roshan who's playing Deltarune. I love you guys. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Goodbye!